Already so horrific that sometimes you must stop talking if there's an airplane going over. Our traffic level is also just absolutely horrific.
This runway business is a joke besides a crazy thing to do. The real jobs are on the plate now.
Despite Councilman Bill Rosenthal's support and that of a few other council members, residents who live near the nation's sixth busiest airport now brace for what they say will be an onslaught of more noise, traffic, and pollution where they call home. The modernization plan also includes a consolidated rental car facility and parking lot. A new terminal for buses and vans serving the airport will also be built on 96th Street. Over in Santa Monica, a discussion is also underway regarding the future of that city's airport. As Cindy San Luis explains, LA City Councilman Bill Rosendahl made an appearance at a meeting in Santa Monica to give voice to his constituents who live near that airport.
At a recent meeting, the Santa Monica City Council considered increasing its airport's landing fees to help reduce the airport's reliance on city funding. But residents took the opportunity to voice their concerns about the future of the Santa Monica Airport, or SMO.
I live right off Centinela, and every day in the morning and every day in the evening, you can't go anywhere.
Santa Monica Airport is the closest airport in the nation to residential homes.
Concerned for the welfare of his own West Side constituents, Los Angeles Council member Bill Rosendahl, who wants to see SMO closed in 2015 when lease agreements run their course, appeared before the Santa Monica City Council. He says the airport's noise and pollution adversely affects the quality of life of his residents.
Suffer an airport that 90 years ago, when we were bean fields and orange groves, it made sense. But today, it's like taking a motorcycle and putting it in a playground. It doesn't belong in such a tight urban environment.
The jets on the tarmac were generating so much fumes that I became so dizzy and woozy.
While Santa Monica leaders heard residents' complaints, the issue of shutting down the airport was not on the table. Instead, the proposal to double the current landing fees was approved.
That motion passes unanimously.
Some owners of aviation businesses felt defeated.
If you charge touch and goes, which is a large part, or landings, for a business like ours, you intently plan on putting us out of business.
The Santa Monica City Council says they don't believe the increased fee will put people out of a job. As for eventually shutting the airport down, the council agreed to hear discussions on the issue next year. I'm Cindy San Luis for LA This Week.
And we go back to LAX, where recently an emergency drill was held. The scenario, a plane goes up in flames. It was all part of an exercise to prepare rescue crews for the real thing. Anita Bennett takes us inside the dramatic drill.
On a runway at Los Angeles International Airport, first responders rush into action after a 777 explodes during a simulated crash.
Does anybody find my RV?
With dozens of volunteer victims begging for help, rescue crews spread out across the tarmac in an exercise that's meant to test their response and prepare them for the real thing.
When you get in this operated environment, create a stressful situation where it truly does test the system, test the parameters of that system. You then find out where you have gaps and where you need to have improvements.
Somebody help! Federal law requires all commercial airports hold this type of drill every 3 years. Here at LAX, the operation requires hundreds of workers from more than 20 different agencies, including the LAPD and airport police.
We have an opportunity to practice the skills that we're going to need to actually use in an actual emergency.
There's also a huge contingent of firefighters from LA City, the county, and communities surrounding the airport.
One of the biggest benefits from this is it brings together all the multiple agencies that are going to respond to an incident of this magnitude.
There hasn't been a major disaster here at the airport since 1991, but the agencies taking part say exercises like this help keep them on their toes so they're ready just in case. At LAX, I'm Anita Bennett for LA This Week.
Some of the other agencies that took part included the FBI, the FAA, and the American Red Cross. And when it comes to emergencies, earthquake preparedness is usually front and center in the minds of Californians. And now a new tool could give residents just enough warning in advance of a quake. Anna Marcos reports on this new technology.
No shaking expected in 127 seconds.
You are looking at an early prototype for Southern California's future earthquake early warning system, a system that would give residents a few seconds notice in the event of a mega quake, seconds that could save lives.
That's enough time for doctors to stop in the middle of a surgery, for utilities and factories to shut down, for elevators to stop at the next floor and open their doors, for trains to slow down to prevent derailment.
It gives us as much of a warning and as much of a leg up on an earthquake event as we'd be able to, as we can have right now.
And now city leaders have announced an influx of $5 million in federal funds to help complete the project.
This money will be used to buy 100 more stations for Southern California. We have to put seismic stations out near the faults. We'll be going from 300 to 400 active stations.
Places like Japan already have an early warning system, and it helps save lives during Japan's devastating 9.0 quake. City leaders plan to send early warnings through media and to all major agencies and utilities, but they're also looking into phone apps to help spread the word to the public when a big shake is on the way.
Mexico, Japan, Turkey, China, they all went and invested the money after a killer earthquake devastated their cities.
Think about what you're going to do if you get that early warning. Think about what would your plan of action be. Remember, you only have seconds to react.
The further away from a fault line residents are, the more early warning they will get. And when it comes to the big scary fault, the San Andreas, LA would get a good 50 seconds lead time. That could be enough time to save your life and someone else's. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
LA's earthquake experts say they will need another $23 million to completely install the earthquake early warning system. It could go online as early as the next couple of years. Well, the next time it rains, that water draining from city streets and into the ocean will be a lot cleaner, thanks to a new water treatment facility. Yana Kay reports.
This may look like your average grass field at the park, but looks can be deceiving. That's because buried deep underground here at Penmar Park in Venice is a massive stormwater treatment facility. It's designed to capture and clean stormwater runoff that empties into Santa Monica Bay off Venice Beach.
It is a great way to use water properly, to keep the ocean clean, and to recycle water in a place like this.
3, 2, 1. Councilmember Bill Rosendahl and other city officials celebrated the completion of the $14 million project with a ribbon-cutting ceremony at the park in Venice. This poster board shows the construction phases of what officials say is the largest water storage tank in Los Angeles, capable of holding 2.75 million gallons of water.
Basically, you're standing on a tank that's 180 foot in diameter, 20 feet deep. So imagine an 18-story building turn on its side.
Funded by the Propo Clean Water Bond, the water treatment tank is located under the baseball field in Penmar Park at Rose Avenue, just north of Penmar Boulevard in Venice.
Being able to capture the little water that we do get, which is what this project does, is tremendously valuable for future generations.
The treated water will also be used for irrigating the Penmar Golf Course and ball fields. Officials say projects like these will not only improve our water quality and increase water supply, but will also help make our beaches and surrounding areas safer and healthier for everyone. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
City engineers now begin the final phase of the project, which is the installation of an irrigation system at Penmar Park. Work is expected to begin later this year. Pacific Standard Time is one of the biggest cultural projects in our region's history, where leading museums join together to present exhibits highlighting the rise of the art scene here in Southern California. And now the Getty Museum brings us the latest piece in the project, a tribute to LA architecture. Here's Anna Marcos.
LA as a modern architectural mecca. That's the theme as the J. Paul Getty Museum unrolls the latest installment in its Pacific Standard Time cultural program. This one is called Overdrive, LA Constructs the Future. Over the next several months, the project will unveil 11 exhibits and dozens of programs, tours, and events that highlight LA's architectural history and gifts to the world, including buildings, the car culture, highways, signs, the movie industry, and more.
From 1940 to 1990, Los Angeles became one of the most populous and influential industrial, economic, and creative capitals of the world. Architectural innovations made LA's complex landscape a vibrant laboratory for avant-garde design, an internationally recognized metropolis with its own design vocabulary, landmarks, and lifestyle.
From the beginning of the 20th century, LA has fostered two great art forms, film and architecture.
Experts here say LA became one of the first cities to move away from historic architecture to designs which express the dreams, needs, whims, and fantasies of the 20th century. Where else will you see a Wigwam Village motel except on Route 66 in Southern California, or this blimp-like piece of architecture?
This is a cross between a Airstream trailer and a baked potato.
Arts and culture are a vital part of our regional economy and proof of what can be accomplished.
It's a tribute to the architects who shaped the City of Angels and their creations. The show runs from now until July 21st at the J. Paul Getty Museum. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
For more information and tickets, go to PacificStandardTimePresents.org. And one of the city's newest pieces of architecture is close to being completed. Officials say the Barker Building project downtown is part of a resurgence in the city's arts district that's also helping to preserve the area's history. Yana Kay has more.
This construction crew is hard at work building the final phase of the state-of-the-art Barker condo complex on Hewitt Street in the Arts District downtown. CityView, the investment firm involved in the project, says the Arts District is in the midst of a transformation.
The beautiful thing about this is you take an area that was once a factory and convert it into living space, and all of a sudden you have a new life for that part of the city. It's like reincarnation of that part of the city. That's what Los Angeles needs.
Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa was on hand for the celebration, saying this type of cutting-edge development is vital for the future growth of downtown Los Angeles.
This is an example. If you close your eyes, what LA is going to look like all around downtown and all around the transit corridors and the stations that we're building all across the city.
The Barker Block condos are located in a collection of loft buildings that were built in the beginning of the 20th century. Crews are working to preserve the building's historical elements, but not without challenges.
We're dealing with a very old building, so we're getting a lot of surprises in terms of brick walls that may be not as sound as we once thought they were, but everything's moving along very well.
The final phase of construction will convert an original warehouse into 68 state-of-the-art units. The entire building will be more than 72,000 square feet. This is a model unit from the completed first phase, representing some of the first units in the Arts District to be available for purchase since the recession. City officials hope this development will serve as the building block to a more vibrant downtown. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
Once completed, Barker Block will consist of a total of 309 units. The LAPD makes it easy and safe to dispose of unwanted prescription drugs. A local fire station honored for its architectural flair, and an event bringing book lovers together in one place. These stories and more in City Beat. The LAPD held a prescription drug take-back event at several city locations, including this one at Kaiser Permanente in Hollywood, to help individuals properly dispose of unwanted medicines.
Many times poses a danger to a household where you got kids. Pills that are no longer being used need to be disposed of, and this is the proper way to do it.
We've had things that have been hanging around for years and years and really not knowing what to do with them. So it was a great opportunity to just clear everything out.
Public health officials officials say you should never flush medicine down the toilet or pour it down the drain because that gets into our water supply. The Hollywood Arts Council recently presented its 27th annual Charlie Awards, which honor individuals, businesses, and organizations that have made outstanding contributions to Hollywood's art and culture. Among the honorees was Los Angeles Fire Station 82.
If you've seen that fire station, you know why it's getting an award. It's absolutely gorgeous, and it's the architectural award, and it's for the art of the building itself.
Proceeds benefit the Project SOAR after-school art program that's conducted in 8 Hollywood elementary schools. The 18th annual Los Angeles Times Festival of Books, held on the University of Southern California campus last month, brought out every type of book lover, from those interested in novels to nonfiction to cookbooks and beyond. The Festival of Books began in 1996 with the goal of bringing together the people who create books with the people who love to read them. The event now attracts more than 150,000 book lovers each year. The festival also featured screenings, live music, and other cultural entertainment. Port of Los Angeles Executive Director Geraldine Natz has been honored by the USC Alumni Association with the prestigious Alumni Merit Award. Natz earned a Master of Science degree in Environmental Engineering and a doctorate in Biological Science from USC. The interim Associate Vice President for Alumni Relations says Dr. Natz's leadership and success as the head of the nation's largest container port exemplifies the level of achievement that the Merit Award recognizes. What's billed as the largest Cinco de Mayo celebration in the world kicked off to an early start, and in downtown LA's newest park. Gil Reyes reports on this year's Fiesta Broadway.
More than 200,000 people filled the streets between Broadway and Grand for this annual Cinco de Mayo spectacular.
Hey, just having a great time with my family.
The street fair known as Fiesta Broadway kicked off Cinco de Mayo week in Los Angeles. Cinco de Mayo, of course, celebrating Mexico's victory over much larger French forces more than 150 years ago. And a first for this year's one-day carnival. Less than a year after it opened, Grand Park across from City Hall hosted the main entertainment stage.
Grand Park is a new park that we opened in downtown Los Angeles, which provides a lot of green space, open space for everybody. Lots of great bands. And this year we're celebrating giving a recognition to the Rivera family, a dynasty that has many artists come out of that family. The most popular is Jenny Rivera.
Latin singing sensation Jenny Rivera died in a plane crash in Mexico this past December. Fans came out to hear musical tributes while enjoying springtime in Los Angeles and, of course,
the food.
Fiesta Broadway 2013 may be over, but planners already gearing up for next year's 25th anniversary bash. Organizers say they'd like to take the party back to Grand Park. In downtown LA, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
In this week's list of things to do, a film festival downtown, a documentary the whole family can enjoy, and jazz at LACMA. Jazz at LACMA features the art of jazz as practiced by leading Southern California artists. Celebrating over 20 years at LACMA, the program continues to be one of the museum's most recognizable offerings. The latest program will be held on Friday, May 10th at 6 p.m. with the Greg Wrighton Trio. Jazz at LACMA is a celebration of LA's finest jazz musicians and has featured such legends as Wayne Shorter, John Clayton, Kenny Burrell, and many others. Over 42,000 visitors attend the program annually from April through November. LACMA is located at 5905 Wilshire Boulevard. For details, go to lacma.org. And for an evening of film, New Filmmakers Los Angeles invites you to join them for the Saturday, May 11th film screening series and after-party event at the AT&T Center downtown. Doors open at 5:30 p.m. and the event goes until 11:30. The AT&T Center is located at 1139 South Hill Street. The event includes a pre-screening reception, the film screening, and an after-party for each program. You will have the opportunity to meet the directors of each film, the actors, and participate in a live audience Q&A. Go to newfilmmakersla.com for ticket and film information. For something the whole family can enjoy, head on over to the Hammer Museum at 10899 Wilshire Boulevard on Sunday, May 12th for the screening of Winged Migration. The film is part of the museum's Family Flicks film series. The film, recommended for ages 7 and above, will be shown from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. This documentary takes the audience to each continent, where it follows countless birds in their natural migratory journeys. The film is truly a bird's eye view of the spectacle of nature. All Hammer public programs are free, but you will need to pick up tickets at the box office. For details, go to hammer.ucla.edu. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. It's a springtime treat for visitors to the Los Angeles Zoo. A handful of cute and cuddly newborn baby animals, some of which are on the endangered list. Anna Marcos takes a look at what the stork flew in.
It's feeding time for these 5 little tykes at the LA Zoo's nursery. The peninsular pronghorn's natural habitat is Baja, but they are extremely endangered animals. This baby boom is part of the zoo's effort to take part in a recovery project to repopulate the pronghorns. Only between 50 and 250 remain in the wild due to ranching practices and loss of habitat, but they have 2 strong survival traits going for them: speed and stamina.
Okay, the only thing faster than them in the world would be a cheetah. And a cheetah can run quickly, in a burst of speed. These guys can run like 40 to 60 miles per hour for up to an hour or more.
The pronghorns aren't the only springtime arrivals. There's a baby black duiker, which is a type of antelope, a baby takin, which looks a little like a prehistoric moose when fully grown, but is really more of a goat. There's also a baby sifaka monkey and a baby gerenuk, a type of sleek, dainty gazelle with a definite herd mentality.
You can kind of see that mentality as well. They're sticking together right there. So the dominant male, if he would choose to run, the rest of them would run with him.
The names of these babies are a handful. There's a baby gerenuk, a black duiker, a sifaka, a takin, and 5 pronghorns. But the key word to remember here is cute. They're all cute.
How cute are they? That much. I'm interested how they're like different than the bigger animals. They're like cuter and they're a little more hard to see. I'm surprised that they can go on their hind legs to get leaves. And I'm surprised that they can run as fast as a cheetah.
These babies have some growing up to do before they reach cheetah speeds, but they're not as fragile as they look. At 4 days old, these little ones can already outrun a grown man. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
The Los Angeles Zoo has taken part in the Peninsular Pronghorn Recovery Project since the year 2000. And that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you could catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
I'm Shannon Lamert Park. You're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Okay, good morning. I want to welcome you all to your Los Angeles City Council meeting. Thank you. I want to welcome you to your Los Angeles City Council meeting. Today is May 8th. This council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 a.m. If you want to speak on an item, there are cards in the back. We do not, Mr. Clerk, have a quorum at this time, so I will start today off with Mr. Tom LaBonge and a presentation. Mr. LaBonge, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning on this beautiful Wednesday. I had a beautiful hike in the morning in Griffith Park, and I was on the top of Mount Hollywood. I looked throughout the basin. It's a beautiful day, and I want to welcome the new director of the Autry Museum here, the president and CEO of the Autry National Center in Griffith Park, Richard West, Jr. Come here, Richard. Thank you very much. Give him a hand. As you know, years ago, Mayor Bradley and John Ferraro got together with Gene Autry, and they said they should have a museum on the history of the West. That was the driving force of Gene Autry. And all that came together in land that was unutilized out there next to the Golden State Freeway on the northwest part of the zoo parking lot. That being said, Richard came into town just at the beginning of this year to assume the leadership in December to facilitate the new phase of the institution's development as a museum dedicated to sharing diverse stories and experience that are all about the American West. And we all know how important the museums are in our county, in our city, from the observatory and the astronomy, which was such a special place, to the Natural History Museum and Exposition Park, the African American Museum, on, and the Getty Museum, and all these museums. I even like the Neon Museum. But all that together, Richard West was the founding director of the Smithsonian's National Museum of the American Indian, and he guided the successful opening of 3 facilities that comprised that museum, and he oversaw the creation of the George Gustav Hay Center in New York in 1994. He did a lot of work in this, but we have a very special man who's come in so many ways. And if you ever get to Washington to see the work that he's done on the mall, in the Mall Museum, etc., 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 he's had a long list of successes, which is going to be our success here in Los Angeles with the Autry National Center. Before he was in the museum business, if I could say that, you practiced law. Practiced law in Albuquerque, New Mexico for the firm of Grover, Stenson, West & West, and was associate attorney and partner then in their Washington office, and had many successful areas of where you worked in solving problems where there were disputes. You're a problem solver. You're one who brings people together, and you make a difference. Richard is a member of the boards of the Kaiser Family Foundation, the Native Arts and Culture Foundation, the Center for Native American Youth, among others. He serves on the boards of the Ford Foundation and Stanford University, and he serves in various capacities across the United States on the American Association of Museums and International Council of Museums. He holds a bachelor's degree in American history from the University of Redlands here in San Bernardino, where he was born in San Bernardino, right off Route 66, not far from the Santa Fe Yard, which has that all in the blood and history of him. He's a citizen of Cheyenne, Aparo Nation of Oklahoma, a peace chief for the Southern Cheyenne. He's got real native blood in him. He's a very special guy, and on behalf of this city council and on behalf of the people of Los Angeles, I want to officially welcome you here in that nice pinstripe suit you got there. And I want to tell you, Richard, we're counting on you to bring it together. Now the Autry Center, the Southwest Museum, and all the challenges that we had, you're a problem solver. And you're going to solve problems and make people know about our history, which is so special of the American West. So, members, if we could right now, I'd like to present this to W. Richard West, Jr., an official welcome as President, CEO of the Autry National Center.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Give him a little hand there. Give him a little exercise.
Big round of applause.
Thank you.
And before Mr. West speaks, I'd like to take a moment and thank Mr. West for his presence here in City Hall, but more importantly, his work with the Autry Museum. We've had some very productive discussions on how we could work together in celebrating the Southwest Museum, the museum that was founded and built by Charles Loomis, the city's very first librarian. And it has been very clear the value and historic significance of that structure has been felt and has been shared by Mr. West and the Autry Museum. Now our challenge as a city, how do we step up to support this great facility, this great institution, and continue growing the presence of the Autry Museum with the Southwest. And I am very, very fortunate to know that we have such a great person with great experience in working in this field. Thank you, Mr. West, for joining us here in Los Angeles and in the chambers.
Thank you.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilmember LaBonge, Councilmember Reyes, Council President Wesson, and members of the City Council, thank you very much for this kind and very generous welcome this morning. After spending a number of years in Washington, D.C., I'm delighted to return to my roots here in Southern California. I'm especially honored to be leading the Autry National Center. The Autry is an important part of the fabric of the arts, culture, and education communities, and of the history of the city and the broader Los Angeles area. Our collection of Native American and Western American art and artifacts is among the most extensive and renowned in the country. We are very proud of the collection and the contribution the Autry makes to the city and the broader Los Angeles area. We take our responsibility as the stewards of this historic collection very seriously. The Autry also takes seriously its important role in the communities we serve. We have a long history of partnering with area schools and other organizations to provide unique educational and cultural programs for all age groups. We're very proud of the work and its contribution to serving our diverse Los Angeles area communities. In addition to our ongoing work with Councilmember LaBonge on the Autry Centerpiece Griffith Park campus, I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of Councilmember Reyes, who has been working with us and others to explore potential uses, possible partners, and appropriate roles for the city and others in support of a viable future for the historic Southwest Museum campus on Mount Washington. Thank you to all members of the City Council for this kind welcome to Los Angeles. I'm delighted to be here. We look forward to welcoming you and residents of the Los Angeles community on your next visit to the Autry Museum. And I will say that for those of you who have visitors tags on...
Say it loud. This is special today.
For those of you who have visitors tags on now, if you bring those visitor tags to the Autry, you will receive free admission.
Free admission, all right. All right, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir.
And Mr. President, just to let you know, my wife Bridget and I, and I don't know if it was before it was married, on Saturday morning, they used to have the reruns of the Autry, Gene Autry show.
Yes.
One time he got in a fight, Mr. President, and he came in and he broke it up. And he said, well, we better write off to the Board of Supervisors. They'll settle it. So he always had the mind, Mr. Autry, of that there is a governance, there is a West, there is a need for all that. And they wrote off to the Board of Supervisors, and they saw Zev, and, well, that's the next story. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Councilor LaBonge. So, Mr. Clerk, what do we have before us?
We do have a quorum, sir. Alarcon, Buscaino, Englander, Garcetti, Weezer, Carrasco, Corin, LaBonge, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zine, Wesson, 13 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And let's move to the next item.
Approval of the minutes.
Let's move the minutes. Yes. Councilmember Zine moves. Councilmember Krikorian seconds. Next item.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Councilor Weezer moves, and Councilor Perry seconds.
Mr. President, at this time, would you like to run through the agenda?
Yes, please.
Items 1 through 7 are noticed for a public hearing.
Do you have cards on those items?
Sir, we have cards on item 1 only.
Okay. So let's... Any special members on items 1 through 8? 1 through 7? Seeing none. Let's open the row, close the row, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Mr. President, items 8 through 13 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Without objection, those items are before us. Do we have any cards on these items, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on items 8, 9, 10, 12, and 13.
Okay,
I'd like to hold 9 and 10 as well.
Item 10, okay.
9 and 10, please.
9 and 10. Okay. Okay. Any specials on the items, members? On the balance of the items? Seeing none. Let's open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay. Next.
Mr. President, that takes council back to items called special or general public comment.
Let's go to the items called special.
That brings us to item number 1 called special for cards.
Okay, item 1, we have John Walsh on item 1.
The law says I have to speak on number 1. Go to hollywoodhighlands.org or jwalshconfidential.wordpress.com. This is about street lighting. Well, I want to talk about street lighting where these people live, here. And I want you to know that the entire city of Los Angeles is against SCIG.
Sir, you are off the topic. You are disruptive to the meeting. Please stay focused on the agenda.
I'm focused on street lighting. And the street lighting will be very negatively impacted in this area of the city when SCIG goes through. Okay, I'm not going to fight with this guy.
Denying process to confirm. You are now disruptive to the meeting. That's your second warning. See no other speakers on the queue. On public comment. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 8 called special for cards.
Item number 8, we have Arnold Sachs and John Walsh. Arnold Sachs, are you in the room? Mr. Walsh, please come forward.
John Walsh, blogging at hollywoodhighlands.org. I want everybody to realize Garcetti is not here. He's running for mayor. Vote against him. He's running for mayor. Whichever side
he
you're
is
on,
not
he's
talking about this item. He is, again, not talking about an item.
hollywoodhighlands.org. And also part of chairman of the White Guys for Wendy group.
Mr. Walsh, you stay focused. This is about the escrow program. You are being disruptive to the meeting.
About crooked landlords and the job you're doing against them. They're doing a very good job against crooked landlords. Very good job. Keep up the good work. Anybody but Garcetti for mayor. He's not here.
Sir, you are being disruptive. This is your third warning. Is Arnold Sachs in the room? I don't see Arnold Sachs. That does close public comment. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 12 called special for cards.
Okay, item 12. We do have Arnold Sachs and John Walsh on item 12. Mr. Walsh?
I pass. I want to get on with the...
Thank you. Mr. Walsh passes for the record. Arnold Sachs. Do we find Arnold Sachs? He is not present. Seeing no one on the queue, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next item.
That brings us to item 13, called special for cards.
John Walsh, on item 13. John Walsh, you are next. He passes for the record. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, now we're going to go to item 9. So I want to explain the rules of engagement. We're going to do a presentation, and Mr. City Attorney, stop me if I'm wrong. We're going to do a presentation from staff, and then after that, we will go into public comment.
Actually, after that, the appellants will be given 3 minutes each. There are
Well,
7
I was going to
appellants.
say that they'll be called up first, and they'll be given 3 minutes each appellant, and then we'll go into regular public comment on the items.
Correct, on both 9 and 10 after the appellants speak.
Do we have to vote on 9 before we get to 10?
Before 10 gets voted on, yes.
Okay. All right, so let's bring up the staff, and I want to welcome the mayor of Long Beach and the mayor of Carson are with us today. Good morning.
Is this on? Is this ready? Oops. Good morning, council members. Oops, let me go back a minute there. You have received 7 appeals to our board certification of the EIR for the Southern California International Gateway Project, an off-dock rail yard that's located 4 miles north of the port. BN wants a railroad close to the port so that trucks don't have to travel down the 710 freeway to access their trains. This is a state-of-the-art green facility. It's going to operate differently than the existing near dock that we have north of the port, because the containers coming into this yard will be loaded from truck directly to rail. That means this yard will only have 10 hostlers instead of the typical 100 hostlers, and I might add that those 10 hostlers will be all LNG fuel. This yard will they're sending me a note to introduce myself, Geraldine Natz, Executive Director of the Port of Los Angeles. All of the switcher locomotives at this yard will be Tier 3 from day 1. All the locomotive switchers and the mainline locomotives will have automatic switch off for after 15 minutes. It's going to be a modern facility with energy efficient directional lighting. There's going to be no horns used in the yard, and all the trucks will be GPS tracking and guidance systems so that they don't go through the neighborhoods. The site has been zoned heavy industrial since 1933. On the west side is Dominguez Channel and refineries. On the left side is the Terminal Island Freeway, the Southern California Edison right-of-way, and then you hit residential areas and school. So if BN wants to be closer to the port, why not put the yard down in the port? There's been an important factor that wasn't even raised yesterday in the hearing or Monday, the hearing Long Beach held about whether or not they could accommodate SCIG on their PRS. The City of LA and the City of Long Beach gave up the rights to have proprietary rail yards within the port proper in 1994 with the Alameda Corridor agreements. So all rail yards in the port have to be open to all comers. No company is going to invest $500 million a yard that they're committed competitor will be able to use. So why not just use OnDock? On any given day, our terminals do not generate, say, enough boxes that have to go to Memphis or have to go to another location. So they need a central collecting place in order to bring those containers so that a train can be built as close as possible to the port. People have asked about landfill. I personally looked at a long, skinny landfill built right along the city boundary. The cost of landfill these days for something like this would be about $1 billion, and we have insufficient mitigation credits for it. With this slide, I hope to clear up a misconception about this project. This is the nitrogen oxide concentration at specific locations close to the project, such as the Bethune School, Cabrillo High School, Hudson School, and the park. With SCIG is the blue line. Without SCIG is the red line. This project improves conditions at the site. It not only improves conditions regionally, but at those sensitive receptors next to the site. Yes, if you look at that black line on the graph on the left, you see the National Ambient Air Quality Standard. The project is not meeting that, but the project is getting a lot closer to that line. And these graphs do not even take into account the advent of zero emissions, which was a condition that our board put on this project. So we're not taking credit for when those zero emission trucks start rolling in the graphs that you see before you. The same way with diesel particulates. At the site, the project conditions are much better with the project. Our board adopted a mitigation measure to transition to 90% LNG trucks over a period from the year 2016 to 2026. These are date-specific requirements. The lease, which our board adopted, actually gives the Burlington Northern 7 years to construct this project. There's also a 5-year tolling agreement in the event of litigation, which means that by the time the project opens, they would be already up to 85% LNG trucks. Probably most significant about this project is the condition adopted by our board that basically commits the project to using zero-emission trucks as soon as they are deemed feasible. We cannot tell you today what that date is. We don't know, but the way the permit was established, the Port of Los Angeles Board of Harbor Commissioner and the Port of Long Beach Board of Harbor Commissioners are the two entities that will determine when those all-electric trucks are feasible, not the BN Railroad. We are also requiring the BN to fund $3 million towards the zero-emission demonstration. Once this project gets through the approval process and a technical committee gets together, they will determine the ramp-up for those zero-emission trucks. The project calls for 50% Tier 4 locomotives and 40% Tier 3 locomotives in use at SCIG by the year 2023. We have to recognize that today there are no Tier 4 locomotives the railroad can go out and buy. The schedule is hopefully they'll start being available in 2015, although our own research indicates it may not be until 2017. I will emphasize here there is no federal or state requirement for Tier 4 locomotives. Here again, the City of LA is leading the way when it comes to these advances in technology. Now I can't get the slides to advance. There we go. The project includes sound wall along the entire length of the project. They are located on the other side of the Terminal Island Freeway to protect the citizens from both the SCIG project and the freeway. Those sound walls are shown in light green, and you can see they're by all the sensitive receptors, which are the red dots. In addition, there are blue sound walls around the actual facility as well. There are no interior
That way. That way. Point that way. The computer's over there.
Oh, to get this slide, okay. There are no interior noise significant impacts in the residents or the schools as a result of this project. From day one, there always was a landscaped buffer in this project, and we've highlighted that area in green on the project. It was not required by CEQA, but it was a special condition that our board also adopted as part of this project. There is an opportunity to also do landscaping on the east side of the Terminal Island Freeway next to the sound wall. We work with the neighborhood. We haven't defined what is in this landscaped area. It could be trees, it could be shrubs. That's something that will be defined as we go forward. There have been extensive discussions with 5 displaced businesses regarding alternative sites. Our tenants are all on holdover leases or revocable permits. We have already identified some locations for some of these tenants, and those discussions are ongoing. I want to conclude by just highlighting some of the project benefits. The Burlington Northern is investing over $500 million into this project. They're going to create a lot of jobs, 1,500 construction jobs and over 1,000 direct and indirect jobs. But more importantly, BN is our strategic partner. We've been before you before talking about the competitiveness issues, about how Chicago is the battleground. The railroads can make or break us in this battle against the Panama Canal and against growth of ports in Canada. And we're working with them like never before. BN's motto is the best coast is the West Coast. They have a national strategy. They're trying to move that battleground to Kansas City where they can control it, where the Canadians don't have access. We like that strategy. We think that's the way to protect our competitiveness in the future, and we urge you to support this project.
Thank you. Cindy, did you want to say something?
No,
Commissioner?
I'm here to answer questions later, but the board looked at this seriously. It's been a project that's been underway for all of the 4 years that I've been down on the board of the Harbor Commissioners. It was actually started by my predecessor. An RFP went out in the mid-2000s to say, do we need this railroad and who wants to bid for it and build it? The EIR, which has been 4 years, 5 years in the making, when it was released last year, we recirculated and did an amendment with public input and comment because of the concerns about the standards that we utilized. I think the most important graph that was put up there in Geraldine's presentation was the one that showed the red line and the blue line. That is important to focus on. That red line is what exists today on pollution. It's up on the screen. That is without this project. The blue line is all of those pollution measures with this project, with the standards of LNG, with the standards of electric trucks, with the standards of better, higher level locomotive service. And underneath is where those measures were taken and where this impact will be felt. It's the schools in Long Beach, it's the residents in Long Beach, it's those receptors that are nearby in the city of Long Beach. If this project isn't built, those communities live with the red line. If this project is built, they live with the blue line and better, and recognize that that is a very, very conservative analysis, so we hope to do even better than that. But this is what the product of the environmental impact says.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you guys could move over to one of the side aisles, I'd like to call forward the old friend, the Mayor of Long Beach, Mayor Foster, if you please come up. And also at the table, I'll have the Coalition for Clean Air representative. I believe that's Dave Pettit. Right in the front. And Fast Lane Transportation, Peterson Law Group.
Mr. President, you want him at the podium or the table?
I want him to make us sit at the table.
Okay.
Please. And so I see two bodies, Mayor, but I'm short one. And sir, you're with who?
I'm David Pettit from NRDC.
Okay, where's Fast Lane Transportation, Peterson Law Group? Okay, come to the table. Each one of you will be given 3 minutes.
Good morning,
Each appellant, starting with the mayor.
Good morning, council members and President Wesson, and it still sounds a little strange to say that, Herb, instead of Mr. Speaker. I'm Bob Foster, the mayor of the city of Long Beach. I will try to be succinct and non-repetitive appellant that I always want when taking testimony sitting on appeals. So let's see how this goes. Over the past 6 or 7 years, our two cities and our two harbor departments have made so much progress together. From implementation of the Clean Air Action Plan, the adoption of the Clean Trucks Plan, the tariff and fee incentives to boost use of cleaner vessels, fuels, shoreside electrification, and at least in the Port of Long Beach, a $4 billion construction program for projects to create modern facilities that are cleaner and more efficient than the ones they replaced. That's good for jobs, good for the environment, and good for global commerce. While there was disagreement at times on implementation of those specific programs, we became worldwide leaders and the standard for other port cities to emulate. At the most basic level, one would hope that the SCIG EIR would be a continuation of that narrative, environmental stewardship that these two cities and our communities have come to expect from the harbor development projects. Regrettably, the SCIG proposal is something very different than our recent successes, and frankly, these communities deserve better. SCIG will take what is essentially a flat piece of land and activate it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with 8,200 truck trips every day, carrying 1.5 million containers in the immediate vicinity of 4 schools. And that doesn't consider the activity from the actual trains that will number in the thousands annually and operate at distances shockingly close to homes, in some cases a little more than 20 feet. So my city is down 1,200 long-term jobs from displaced businesses. You heard about creation of jobs. This thing creates about 400 plus jobs on a permanent basis, but it displaces 1,200 good jobs right now, permanent jobs. Up to 8,200 truck trips a day, and downwind from the attendant particulate matter from thousands of locomotive engines annually. It's not a good trade-off for the city of Long Beach. A similar project in scope and cost approved by this body included nearly $67 million in environmental enhancement projects and mitigation funding. The EIR for this project proposes a short sound wall along the Terminal Island Freeway and some minor plantings, and a recognition that there are elements of the project that just cannot be mitigated. And in that case, despite what state law calls for, nothing to fund even the bare minimum to help pay for air filters and new windows in neighborhood houses, nothing. It is very hard for me to accept that this council values the quality of life of people in your city more than it do a kid in my city.
Wrap it up, Bob.
All right, I will. It's a concept of externalities. And Mac, what's really happening here is this project is in your jurisdiction. The impacts are in the city of Long Beach. We work cooperatively together. This project can be made better, but the Harbor Department has not done that. And parenthetically, I know that you've been told that I have not met with them. I've met with Cindy Misikowski back, I think it was either in September or October. I've talked on the phone. We've had several meetings with BNS for over a year. There has been no progress.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, next is the Coalition for Clean Air.
Good morning and thank you. My name is David Pettit. I'm a lawyer with NRDC. I'm here representing the Coalition for Clean Air, East Yards Communities for Environmental Justice, and NRDC. I'd like to respond point by point to some of the points that Dr. Nats made. I should say I have tremendous respect for Dr. Nats, but here we disagree. With respect to on-dock rail, one thing that she did not point out is the port is right now building and planning on building hundreds of millions of dollars worth of on-dock facilities. If those were truly worthless and they couldn't form up trains to go to Chicago and the like, they wouldn't be doing that. But they are doing that. On-dock, in our view, is a real possibility here. And I think if the mayor made one phone call, that the engineering problems would be solved and we would see a new facility in the harbor, just like we saw Pier 400 and we're going to see Pier 500, and that could be built and it could do everything that the current and planned on-dock facilities could do in terms of moving boxes to Chicago and elsewhere. In terms of making the air better, that is a misstatement, and it exposes one of the fundamental flaws in the EIR, and that is games were played with another BNSF facility called the Hobart Yard in the City of Commerce. In terms of evaluating air quality, the Hobart emissions, current emissions, were evaluated in the CEQA baseline, but then it's like Hobart disappeared from the face of the earth, and those emissions were not, the future emissions were not evaluated. That's a cruel joke, because we know that Hobart will be in use, and any capacity that's freed up at Hobart because of SCIG will quickly be filled, but the EIR is pretending that that's not going to happen. With respect to LNG trucks, there is no reason that this facility could not be run with 100% LNG trucks on day one. You can go buy them right now in a truck store. It's good that BNSF is committed to phase them in. They shouldn't have to phase them in. They should be all LNG on day one. With respect to locomotives, there's a similar problem. They say they'll phase in the Tier 3s. They have the fleet to have all Tier 3 locomotives on day one. Yes, it would be logistical problem for them. It's a huge railroad, and I have every confidence that they could make it happen if they want to make it happen. Let me close by saying that for us and our clients, this is a civil rights issue. The EIR frankly admits that there will be a much worse impact of this project on the neighboring low-income communities of color than anywhere else. If this goes to litigation, we're going to file a Title VI complaint with the Department of Transportation, a civil rights claim in the state court, and I don't think anyone on this council wants to have that as their legacy as part of this project. But if the appeals are denied, that's what's going to happen. Thank you.
I'll hold my tongue. I was going to say something, but I'm not. I'm going to be good council president today. Okay, Peterson Law Group.
Council President, may my client Pat Wilson go first, please?
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Patrick Wilson, and I'm president of Fastlane Transportation, the only owner-occupied property on which stands to lose its property as a result of the SCIG project. We are in the container trucking, storage, and repair business, all port-related and dependent services, and are located in an appropriate industrial area with no impact to residents. Eminent domain. These are two of the most frightening words a business owner can ever hear. I am no stranger to eminent domain, as I am now facing this unilateral action for the second time in 10 years, having had a portion of my business property condemned by the Alameda Corridor Transportation Authority. I've always been a supporter of this project. When the draft EIR was issued, I felt that the taking of my property was going to be at least partially mitigated by relocating my business to a smaller site adjacent to my remaining property. However, when the recirculated draft EIR was released a year later, our relocation by the port was reduced to, just kidding. We only want to analyze the impact if you were relocated here, but we have no intention of doing so. As a business owner, I've been facing uncertainty for 8 years as a result of this project. As elected officials, you face uncertainty all the time. The difference? You chose to run for elected office. I didn't get a choice with regard to this project. Facing uncertainty for 8 years has resulted in the following. Reduction in property value. Who would want to buy property knowing that it was subject to being taken by a government agency? Financial distress. Rumors and innuendo from competitors, loss of goodwill and reputation with customers, and most importantly, difficulty with employee hiring and retention. Who would want to work for a company with such an uncertain future? Finally, inability to make long or even moderate-term decisions affecting infrastructure improvement and employee comfort. All of these problems and concerns would go away if the threat of eminent domain was eliminated. BNSF has the ability to waive their authority to take our property. Also, you have the ability to exempt my property from acquisition as part of the project. This would then result in equitable discussions regarding the value of our property and a provision for the relocation without the specter of a giant locomotive barreling down on me. The only commitment BNSF has made to me is to pay fair market value for my property. I can get this from anyone. As BNSF stated in a recent letter to me, quote, "Thank you for making time to meet with us many times over the last several months. Together, we have not found an alternate location. However, we will continue to use our best efforts to seek alternate locations for some or all of Fastlane's operations." What if we don't find an alternate relocation site? They're still going to take my property. So now I have a commitment to be paid for my property for what anyone else would pay, and no commitment for the preservation of my business of 34 years and the jobs for 100 plus people, including all the members of my family who work for me. Also, if we are forced out of business, the result will be over 10,000 containers being relocated to other storage sites in Wilmington, mostly in residential areas. I respectfully urge you to accept my appeal and send the EIR back to Port staff and Commission and direct them to honor the spirit and letter of the draft EIR, which unequivocally states that Fast Lane will be relocated.
Thank you. Thank you all. If I could get you to return to, no, it's 3 minutes per. So if you're either with Mr. Pruitt or Mr. Foster, so they've spoken. So if you could return to your seat, I'd like to call the next group of appellants, Coalition for a Safe Environment. I think Jesse Marquez is going to speak on their behalf. Do we have Ms. Matsumoto from the Long Beach School District? If you could please come forward. And Barry, where are you, Barry Wallerstein? Barry, hey, good to see you. Come on up from AQMD. So, Jesse, why don't we defer to Ms. Matsumoto? So you're up. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the City Council. My name is Carrie Matsumoto. I am the Executive Director of Facilities for the Long Beach Unified School District. The school district has been following the progress of the proposed SCIG project and has previously submitted several comment letters with our concerns, so I will keep my comments short today. In addition, the district has filed an appeal to the certification of the final EIR. The district believes that the EIR is inadequate and does not identify impacts to schools and students, but instead the EIR masks the true impacts of the project. In addition, we feel that the EIR does not identify appropriate and sufficient mitigation to our schools. The district strives, and our sole goal is to provide a safe learning environment for our students, and therefore we cannot support a project that would pose any health risk to our students and our staff. Many West Side schools were built prior to the 1940s, even in the 1930s, before the existence of rail yards. Therefore, we have strong reservations and concerns with the close proximity of this project to so many of our schools. Therefore, we are formally requesting that the LA City Council rescind the certification of the SCIG EIR. Thank you very much.
Jesse, you ready, or you want to go to Barry? You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Jesse Marquez. I'm Executive Director, Coalition for a Safe Environment. I'm also representing 3 other appellants. Ricardo Polito of Community Dreams, Drew Wood, California Kids, IEQ, and Pastor Alfred Carrillo. Now, all of them are here but have not been allowed, even though they are appellants. We appealed the project because we have several major issues with it. Number one, we don't have a problem if an intermodal facility is actually needed. The fact of the matter is, one is not needed for at least 10 years. The Alameda Corridor was built, and we were told, the public was sold a bill of goods, that it would be used to take trucks off the freeways. Well, the fact of the matter is, it's been operating at 30 to 35 capacity for the last 10 years because there's no mandate to maximize it out. The other issue we have is they want to propose to build it off Port Thailand's property. We have identified Pier 500 as the ideal location. Regardless of Dr. Knott says there's reasons not to, there's actually no legal reason it can't. The Port of LA is number 17th in the world standing right now and has been dropping every few years. Why? Because it's not modern. It's not logistically designed to be the best facility. The top 10 facilities in the world all have on-dock rail, and the on-dock rail is also dockside to the ships, so you can unload directly onto it. That does not apply and happen here at the Port of LA. Technologies, they talked about LNG technologies. Well, the fact of the matter is, Port of LA did not contact not one of the alternative technology companies. I spoke with Vision Motor Corps. Their zero emissions hydrogen gas fuel truck has been certified by CARB. You don't see it anywhere in the inventory. We talk about zero-emission trains. American Maglev Technology has for over 4 years proposed to build a demonstration project free at no charge to the public, and the Port of LA has refused to allow it. It does not have to be done on port property, so it interferes with anything. There are terminals that are not being used half the time during the year, such as the import car terminal, and there are container storage yards where it can also be built. It's a zero-emissions technology. also willing to build their manufacturing facility in Wilmington, in Los Angeles. Advanced Cleanup Technology has the AMEX system, which is the bonnet that goes over to capture ship emissions. Even though they say ships are not part of this project, if you build it, they will come. This terminal will allow additional ships to come in. The ports claim that prior EIRs have mitigated this project. That's not true. Only a few projects have had recent EIRs. Others are outdated. Technologies like this did not exist before, but it is a proven technology. It's been proven on 6 ships at the Port of LA and been 100% successful. The Alex, which is the locomotive exhaust capture system, has been proven at a Union Pacific Railroad in Roseville, and it was 100% successful.
Thank you.
I also have right here, I'm submitting for the official record, over 3,000 pages of documentation that support our claims on our technologies and regarding the public health impacts.
Thank you, sir. Sergeant, would you get those documents? Barry, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. President and council members. I'm Dr. Barry Wallerstein. I'm the Executive Officer of the South Coast Air Quality Management District. I am appearing here today on behalf of our governing board. I want to emphasize that the AQMD has in its entire history never appeared before any body to oppose a project until today. We took this step because the pollution from the SCIG will harm public health and because the project does not include feasible mitigation measures as required under CEQA. With SCIG, truck trips to the project site will double, and the trains will operate, as you've heard, as close as 20 feet from homes, all in a community already impacted by port pollution. The community includes tens of thousands of low-income residents, numerous schools, and one of the nation's largest homeless veteran centers in the entire country. This filter shows the type of air pollution that exists in the community today. It's a January sample of particulate pollution. It came from an AQMD monitor at Hudson Elementary School near the SCIG site. The filter paper goes in pure white, and it came out this way just after 1 day, and the dark color indicates highly toxic emissions. The SCIG project EIR found that the project will significantly increase particulate emissions and that nitrogen oxides emitted from the project will more than double compared to without the SCIG. Despite this, BNSF, and we heard this morning the port, argue that pollution levels in the adjacent community will be lower. Our review with our air quality experts indicates that that is not so, that the EIR overstates future pollution levels without SCIG, making the project appear more beneficial. So we strongly disagree with the chart that has been presented to you. More importantly, the EIR finds that SCIG will cause community nitrogen dioxide levels to exceed the federal outdoor air quality standard for NO2. That could potentially subject our region to federal sanctions. The project must be as clean as it can be, but the lease does not require 2 feasible measures that would greatly reduce emissions: Tier 4 locomotives and zero-emission trucks. The lease does not even implement the port's own goals for these technologies in the port's Clean Air Plan. They claim the lease requires zero-emission trucks, but there is no requirement stated in the lease, no schedule to adopt a requirement, no implementation schedule, and vague criteria for possible future decisions that provide much opportunity for disagreement with BNSF. For locomotives, the lease provides no way for the port to require new clean technologies like Tier 4, except a weak provision that requires BNSF's agreement. In essence, there's no pressure of any type to make these things happen, and it's important to point out that this company, BNSF, has previously expedited the fleet turnover of locomotives to cleaner technologies. So we ask that you send this project back to the port, and we're committed to work with the port to resolve these issues and bring you back an acceptable project.
Okay, thank you, guys. You can return to your seats. And now I'm going to ask for the representative from Cal Cartage Three Rivers Trucking. If you could just be seated and identify yourself.
My name is Richard Haft, and I'm the attorney for California Cartage, Three Rivers Trucking, San Pedro Forklift, and LA Harbor Grain. We filed an appeal of the FEIR based on the fact that these 4 tenants have been at the port for 150 years. They've helped build the port. They employ 1,000 people. They move 200,000 containers. They export 99% of the grain exported out of the Port of Los Angeles. They export 70% of all the fruit out of the Port of Los Angeles. And they fumigate all the containerized fruit that comes in from South America. The staff, in writing the FEIR, ignored my clients for 2.5 years. They have said and stated, in any event, the displaced businesses are assumed to continue in business in other locations within the port area. The port has not offered us any locations. Or if the displaced business is discontinued, the jobs would be continued by other businesses in the area as they are driven by the market for port trade. This is an absolute fallacy. This is not true. We have explained to them. You will hear from my clients later under item 10.2. But I wanted to say that from the FEIR standpoint, the Public Resources Code and regulations require that the port come up with findings of fact. One of the findings of fact that they came up with is that this project will create 1,000 jobs. It fails to state that it's going to lose 1,000 jobs. We have been told that we are 30-day holdover tenants after being here for 150 years. We have no legal protection under the law, under the SPAA, which I will discuss later. My clients are basically could be thrown out 30 days from now legally. Now, will they be thrown out 30 days from now? I don't believe so. But we need legal protection, and the appeal of the FEIR, the document needs to actually state so that each of you understand when you vote that these jobs are going to be lost. This is not port trade. This business is not business that stays in California. The 200,000 containers that are moved are discretionary loads that are brought in by importers to take all over the United States. This is not material that is destined for Southern California. You need to understand that, and if you read the EIR and the comments, you would not find that anywhere in the document. So we are going on record to say that the document does not speak the truth, and as a result, the commissioners have found findings that are faulty and are not supported by fact or law. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, sir, and you can return to your seat. Okay, now what we're going to do, is open it up for public comment. We're going to do 25. We're going to do combined 9 and 10. We're going to go 25 minutes on both sides. 25 minutes for those against, 25 minutes for those who support. And when I call your name, I'll call your name 3 people at a time. You go up to the center podium. Council member James Johnson, Dr. Cyrus Rangan, and Brian D'Andrea, I think it is. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was told I would have 2 minutes. Today, the Los Angeles City Council must answer one big question. Should this project, which places a new heavy industrial facility next to an existing residential community, be approved without regard to its negative impacts and without any meaningful mitigation? The answer is no. SCIG would severely impact Long Beach with the noise from trains crashing together 20 feet from homes, visual blight and light pollution, and contaminated air from 8,000 daily truck trips. Long Beach has been crystal clear about what needs to change. We need real, enforceable progress towards zero emissions, help for the displaced businesses, and a buffer park and real community mitigation for impacted residents. That third piece, the lack of meaningful mitigation, is particularly glaring. Let's compare this project to TRAPAC, another Port of LA project similarly in conflict with the neighboring community. There, LA built a $55 million, 30-acre buffer park to protect residents.
Thank you.
And so, I was told I would get 2 minutes, Mr. President?
No, that's my rule. If I didn't tell you, you get 1 minute, so that's what you got. Okay, Dr. Cyrus, please come forward. Brian, and then Akira Adams.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Cyrus Rankin. I'm a medical toxicologist with the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, the Division of Environmental Health. And I'm not here to represent my agency, whether we are for or against this project, but I do want to echo the concerns that were raised by Dr. Wallerstein of the Air Quality Management District. We agree 100% with them that this EAR does not do an appropriate job to really illustrate the nature of these contaminants and the mitigation measures that are necessary in order to bring them under control. So we'd like to make sure that it is on the record that we represent those same concerns. Would like the EAR to get sent back, re-reviewed, and then sent back for comments from appropriate agencies so that we can determine whether it's appropriate in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now I need Brian D'Andrea, Kira Adams, and it looks like Tim Sato. Please come up and get behind the next speaker. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. President, City Council. My name is Brian D'Andrea. I'm president of Century Villages at Cabrillo. We're the nonprofit that owns the Villages at Cabrillo campus. We're a 27-acre community located right next door to the proposed project. We have more than 1,000 formerly homeless residents, including more than 550 veterans that call our community home. Our comments have been ignored and or discounted by the Port of Los Angeles Harbor Commission in wholesale fashion from the very beginning. For instance, we've objected to the proposed access to the SCIG, which happens to be along the driveway in and out of our campus. More than 5,500 trucks will make this route. That's more than 4 trucks per minute. This is dangerous, irresponsible, and it will impose catastrophic impacts on our community. The port certification deemed that CVC, neighborhood schools, and West Long Beach residents are unavoidable environmental impacts, externalities to this important project. We are more than this euphemism suggests. We are more than an unavoidable environmental impact. Like Councilman Buscaino, I'd like to invite you to come to the Villages and see what we're all about.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Miss Adams, Kira Adams. Is she outside? What about Tim Sato?
He's on his way.
Okay, hold the time, and I'll just take a moment to say our clock only goes to 20 minutes. So when the 20 minutes is up, we'll let it go in the red for an additional 5 minutes. It's being held. Let me ask, do we have a Rebecca Bacon in the audience in here?
Overflows.
Okay. Enrique Gonzalez?
Overflows well.
Just come on up, Enrique. Sergeant? Where's the sergeant? Can we go to the overflow room? I don't want to not afford these people the opportunity to chat. Call their name twice and then I'll move on. Okay, so now I called your name, so we know you're here. Your time starts now.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Enrique Gonzalez, and I do work for California Cartage since 1996. And I have this question for everybody, like, how can a non-permanent job help Long Beach and Wilmington when you're taking over all the permanent jobs that we have as now? Because we know that this project is offering a lot of construction jobs, but those are not permanent. It's going to be maybe for a couple of years, maybe a 30 year, who knows. Then they're going to offer maybe 300 plus jobs permanent. That means we're going to lose probably over 800 jobs that we do have right now. So there's some other conflicts like schools, the vets place where they live at. So I'm against this project, and please review what everybody said. I don't want to state the same things because everybody said it already.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to try to find someone else that is here. Did Miss Adams come in, or Mr. Tim Sato? Then come forward, please. And then I'm looking for Monica Perillo, Maria Reyes, and Amparo Ramirez. If you're not in the room, I'll need another sergeant. It looks like you're going to get some exercise today, because I want you to come. Sergeant, just hold. Come on, guys, I need you to see if these people are in the other room. Identify yourself and speak.
Good morning. My name is Tim Sato. I'm a resident of West Long Beach, a father of two, and a member of a church that meets in the local area. And I don't know about you, but reading EIRs is very boring. But then you come across things that stand out to you like this. The project has a disproportionately high and adverse effect on minority and low-income populations in 3 areas. Now, that's my neighborhood. There's no additional mitigation proposed. So when you hear things like that, and then you hear the testimony from AQMD, you hear about nitrogen dioxide, particulate matter, these things are affecting real people, real communities. They're affecting people in my church. They're affecting people in our local schools. And this is one of the things that we don't need in our community. Long Beach 90810 is already one of the most impacted communities in terms of air pollution. A recent report just came out from Cal EPA. But what we ask is please vote no on SCIG. Please send the ER back for further review.
Thank you. Okay, you Miss Adams?
Miss Adams, yes.
Okay, so hold on for 1 second. Do we have an Elizabeth Martinez in this room? An Elena Rodriguez? Mark Lopez? Well, go right ahead.
Every year we are losing the people that we love to cancer, heart attack, stroke, and respiratory illnesses. We have yet to find a cure, but we have identified some of the causes. One being air pollution. We are all aware of the harmful pollutants that are released into the air that have negative effects on our health and also the environment. Building a railroad in a community that already has a high likelihood of developing cancer is an injustice. Aren't you tired of losing the ones that you love? Let's help keep people alive and healthy by not allowing Long Beach to build this railroad. Stand for justice. Thank you.
Thank you. You found? Come up and identify yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Veronica Guerrero. I am a resident of the West Long Beach. I belong to a group called Semilla Esperanza, which is an Hispanic group in the West Long Beach. And the fact that I had to run from the other room here is really bothering me. The way that this thing is being addressed and the few time that we have to speak, it's awful. This is not democracy. And the thing that it's unlawful for you to give so few minutes for us to speak is something that I regret. I wish I could have more time, but I have to say that Mr. Vizcaino have special interest in this, in the port, and it's been a very big obstacle for us, the residents, to let our voice be heard. And I don't like this project because it's going to send all this contamination to my resident people, to my kids, and to the kids that are suffering from asthma and that are suffering from lung cancer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please come forward and identify yourself.
Yeah, my name is Mark Lopez, and I'm here against SCIG. I think it's disgusting that in the documents it says it's going to disproportionately impact low-income communities of color, which is the definition of environmental racism. And so I think if we're here, I said it at the Harbor Commissioners, that if you vote in support of this project, you're saying that racism needs to exist today, in 2013. Right? And the life of this project is about 50 years. That's what the lease is talking about, right? So what you're saying is racism needs to exist for the next 50 years. Right? And so I spent a lot of time down here talking to some of your staff, and I think they're clear where they're at, and unfortunately they say, well, it's a politic, right? So we're asking you all here to be brave, to stand up, to make those changes that we want to see. Why you all here are elected, why some of you have been brought up as youngsters in our communities, and why you're here representing us today to be able to do that. So please vote against SCIG.
Thank you. Thank you. And as our next speaker comes up, I'm looking for Tony Cervantes, Estrella Maldonado, Winton Johnson, Hugo Lejean, Gonzalo Castillo. So go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Bacon. I live in Long Beach, and I attend church as well as Tim Sato in the affected area. And yeah, just to echo everyone else's kind of concern, in the documents it says that this project will negatively and disproportionately impact low-income communities of color, and you're okay with that? I almost just want to pause right now and look around the room. Look around the room in the overflow room. This is history in the making. And you guys have a decision to make, and I just pray that you guys make a wise decision, because this is an environmental injustice. And this project is, it needs to go through those committees. It needs a fair review process. You need to give it that. So I just suggest that you guys, consider delaying this until the next council so that it can receive the due, the eyes that it needs to look at the project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Again, before you speak, sir, it's my understanding that in the overflow room, hold the time, that they can hear me. So I want to call these names so they can begin to make their way over here. And if you're one of these guys or ladies, raise your hand. Tony Cervantes. Here. Okay. Estella Maldonado. Winton Johnson. Hugo Lejean. Yolanda Chavez. Patrick Kennedy. Okay, we've got enough. You can start, sir.
Okay, good morning, Nally City Council. My name is Tony Cervantes, and I'm against SCIG. I work at California Cartage over 23 years. At the site of the region, there's about 1,200 jobs, and they also been employees there for like 20, 30 years. And this is a project that I have to be against, not just for the companies, but also for the residents of Long Beach and Wilmington. They're going to get short-ended for the kids around to the schools, the neighborhoods, and also daycare centers. We have to protect our children from harm. And failure to do so, we're betraying our children and the future generations of our children to come. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, next. Mr. Johnson.
Hello, Council. My name is Winton Johnson. I'm a resident of West Long Beach, and I'm here in opposition to the SCIG, especially as it is proposed. My residents of West Long Beach, we face a 14-year life discrepancy in West Long Beach compared to East Long Beach. Long Beach is only 9 miles wide, so if you drive 15 minutes across the city, you're expected to live an additional 14 years. That's because of all the existing levels of industrial pollution. To build a rail yard twice the size of the one that we currently have, next to the 5 schools, a daycare center, Boys and Girls Club, this is a place where people live, work, and play. Right? I volunteer at an after-school program. We have kids who are literally afraid to go outside and play ball or play tag or anything because many of them have already been hospitalized because of asthma. I ask that you take a serious look at the appeal, and we please do not build this project in my community. We are already suffering enough.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Also,
next speaker. Our sergeants, if you'd get that document from Mr. Johnson. Okay, the next speaker, please come forward and identify yourself, sir.
My name is Gonzalo Castillo, resident of Wilmington for 40 years and a California Cartage employee for 25. My family, co-workers, friends, and community oppose the SCIG project 100%. As it is, our community is surrounded by 5 oil refineries and railroad tracks left and right. They are responsible for the elevated rates of asthma, lung cancer, and heart disease due to poor environmental conditions. Bringing one more polluter to our community will be deliberate, negligent behavior and lack of respect for the quality of life in my community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for Patty or Candace, Kat Madrigal. Alicia Rivera. So if you're in the other room, to come forward. Yes, ma'am. Identify yourself and speak.
So I'll be translating for her.
Okay.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es María Reyes. Soy residente de West Long Beach.
My name is Maria Reyes. I'm a resident of West Long Beach.
Y no voy a enumerar todos los problemas y todas las consecuencias que va a traer este proyecto.
There are numerous consequences that this project will bring to my community.
Solo vengo a pedir que tomen tiempo, que no tomen una decisión precipitada, que examinen bien este proyecto y que vean quién se va a dañar y quién se va a beneficiar.
I'm asking you to please look into the document and analyze it in detail to know who will be directly impacted by this project.
Porque al tomar una decisión precipitada, este proyecto se establecerá y quedará como el ICTF que en 1986 lo hicieron y tal vez dure 50 años y 50 años va a estar dañando a mi comunidad y esto no lo veo justo.
We want you to really look at the documents and see who will impact, to not move forward with it in such a hurry. An example is the project of ICTF. It's been there for 50 years and it's been impacting my community's health for 50 years. I don't want this project to be like that.
Necesitamos un cambio ahora, no un problema establecido que tal vez nadie ya lo pueda mover. Cuando establecen algo, la ley ya no lo puede hacer. La necesidad es de toda la comunidad y yo estoy pidiendo por mi comunidad que de veras examinen esto para que no se pase a beneficiar nada más las personas que van a desarrollar el proyecto.
I'm asking you to look into this project so that you can see who it's going to benefit. We don't want this project to only benefit the industries, but also benefit the community that lives around it.
Y les agradezco su tiempo y de verdad West Long Beach es una comunidad en proyecto. Gracias.
Thank you for your time, and West Long Beach is a project in movement, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. So again, I'm calling for a Patty or Candace, Kat Madrigal, Alicia Rivera, looks like an Angelo Logan, and Ashley Hernandez. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kat Madrigal, and I am a resident of Wilmington. I'm here to ask the City Council not to place the SCIG in our community. It's already overburdened by industrial pollution and will only add to the cumulative impacts. The project will expose community members to added amounts of diesel exhaust. When a project is being opposed by the AQMD and USC and other environmental health and justice organizations, we know that the claims cannot be true, that this will improve air quality. The rail yards do not have the best interests of the community, and we know that the project will increase the PM 2.5 of the region and increase truck trips by 2 million. I believe that my community needs clean air and deserves good jobs, and this project will not bring either. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
So I'll be translating for it. So su nombre.
My name is Amparo Ramirez. And my point is, why think only in the money, and why not think in the people is very sick every time, and then the children go to the take a break, and then not looking the children's take a break is too much bad for the children's. Go to the school, go to the guys go to the high school too. Because when take a break, go to the park. In the park, it's not good for everybody. For nobody stay there in the park because it's too much problems. Thank you.
No, thank you. Yes.
Bueno, good morning. My name is Yolanda Chavez, and ¿Dónde jugarán los niños? Where the children is gonna play. It's a song. What I want to say is, in my point of view, a leader is a person who listens to people and who had one clear vision where the most people is benefit. I believe that project is one negative impact to majority of people. The children's voice is silenced. In name of my son Jason and Jaron and all the children, I'm here to speak from them. And the children do what they see to do, not what they tell to do. Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, if we could get Yana Garcia, Gregory Wayne Johnson, if you're in the overflow room, please make your way to the council, and Evelyn Knight. Evelyn Knight. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Hugo Lujan. I'm here to talk about, I think, just looking at the situation, it's a pretty disgusting situation, and to be in a place where you have to look at this potential industry to come into your community knowing that the impacts that are already happening to your family's health will be doubled or even tripled, right? And as all of you, as representatives of the communities from LA and the potential consequences that this project would have, responsible of that, need to look at this document and really analyze it in detail. There is no reason why the analysis shouldn't be there if the committees to analyze this document are present. In order to make an informed decision, all of the analysis needs to be made. And we can't just move forward with the project without really understanding what the consequences will be. In any kind of proposal, that needs to be placed within the analysis, right? So I'm urging you all to be brave and move forward with looking at the document and looking how it's going to impact the residents that you're representing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rudy, I'm told, Rudy, where are you? Savornich? Rudy, why don't you make your way? Yes, sir.
My name's Pat Kennedy. I'm from Greater Long Beach Interfaith Community Organization. I just wanted to say, first off, beware of railroads bearing gifts. You were all around when they were trying to sell the Alameda Corridor and the promises of electrification. And you probably don't know about, before the railroads would sign an agreement with the corridor, they had to get a clause in there that said they could not be required to use electric locomotives coming through there. Frankly, zero emissions is key for our region. Electrification of the Alameda Corridor would be a tipping point. Why give them a 50-year lease to drive diesel locomotives through our communities? Frankly, what I'd want to say is, let's not bring this Trojan horse in. Let's look closely inside to see what's coming. Thank you.
Okay, next. Identify yourself.
Mr. President, my name is Candice Kim with the Coalition for Clean Air, and I would like to cede my time so that a community member who's traveled a long distance to be here may speak.
Well, you know what? We generally don't do that, but since you asked so politely, I will afford you that courtesy. And if somebody did come from a long way, I want to afford you the opportunity to talk. Could we start her time at 1 minute? Just identify yourself, please.
Alicia Rivera, I'm here on behalf of Communities for a Better Environment and representing Wilmington residents. I'm an organizer in Wilmington, and I'm here to appeal to the City Council to send this project back and don't vote on it today until they identify one of the options, many options that have been given for this project, such as building it on dock where it belongs. Wilmington's cup is already full of pollution. We cannot take any more pollution. The cup is already overdropping. And this project will mean destruction of jobs that are permanent, and it will destroy more jobs than it will create. We also want the jobs for these workers, but we believe that on dock they can still get the jobs. So please send this project back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Identify yourself.
My name is Ashley Hernandez. I am here representing Communities for a Better Environment. I am also an East Wilmington resident, and I am a frequent resident of the West Long Beach area. I am here to ask you to please vote no on the Southern California International Gateway. This is taking away so many permanent jobs and substituting them for temporary things. Temporary is never the solution. We should know this. This is not new. Having something come into our communities that's going to make them sick and that's going to take up all these spaces. Somebody made a really good point talking about the children. I came here representing a lot of the high school students from the local high school at Banning High School that could not come here because the city council is really early in the morning, who want cleaner air, who feel that their community and that their families deserve a healthier environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Hey, and Rudy, before you start a time. Rudy, if I can get the young lady with the hat to go before you. Because I'm assuming, Rudy, some of these guys are the people you represent. Okay, identify yourself.
Good morning, council members. My name is Yana Garcia. I'm a legal fellow with Communities for a Better Environment, and I'm before you today with and on behalf of our members in Wilmington and other affected communities, some of whom you've heard from already. I want to ask that you immediately decertify this flawed environmental impact report, and I think that you have heard quite a bit about its technical insufficiencies and shortcomings. And I really want to emphasize right now how serious and grave the precedent and implications will be if you allow this project to go forward. This project's proponents are blatantly and boldly walking around saying that the Civil Rights Act does not apply to this project, and that is simply a misstatement of the law. Essentially, what they're saying is that the disparate impacts, which they boldly acknowledge in the final environmental impact report, that will be felt by low-income communities of color are okay. And I want to emphasize and stress to you that it is your responsibility to stand with these communities here today and to decertify this environmental impact report immediately. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Evelyn Knight, and I'm a long-term resident of West Long Beach. And I would just like to urge and really want this council to vote against the SCIG. This project will take away the air that we need to breathe for our very existence, for all of the residents of Long Beach and our community in particular. I have lost a brother to cancer, to lung cancer, because of the pollution. My niece was taken to the hospital, was featured in the Los Angeles Times because she had an attack and had to be taken from Hudson School when she tried to get an education to the hospital. And this impact, it's well documented that the impacts of this project on our community will continue. You know, the Constitution guarantees us life, liberty, and happiness. And we need to have breathe clean air. We need jobs, but we also need clean air. Give us clean air.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Rudy, I'm going to let you be the closer. So you go ahead.
Mr. President and members of the council, my name is Angelo Logan. I'm with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. I want to urge the council to reject the certification of the EIR and send it back to the Board of Harbor Commissioners. By moving forward with this particular certification, what we'll be doing is setting up two sides, those for and those against. We're going to waste a lot of time, a lot of resources fighting for or against this project. I urge you to send it back to the Board of Harbor Commissioners so that we can work on a consensus project, that we can work together on a project that's going to benefit all stakeholders and all parties and not burden the most vulnerable populations, folks that we should really be looking out for and protecting. Again, I want to urge you to reject the certification of this, the EIR and the SCIG, send it back to the Harbor Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Gregory Johnson. I'm the pastor of the West Side Baptist Church in the city of Long Beach on the west side. And I would, as I appeal to this council, people that are standing in behalf of all of the people that will be affected by this vote that you're deciding on this morning. or this afternoon. But I would ask you that for the schools, for the members of our churches that are there, for the people that are in the community, that you would consider these individuals who are under and believing that you're going to make the best decision for them. Their votes are for you, and you're in a position to make a difference in their lives. And so we ask that you would do and stop and consider them as individuals and their plight. They're unable to speak for themselves. And so for all of the people that have been here, that you would speak or you would allow their voices to be heard through your vote.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Former member Rudy Savornich to close. And he's got other representatives from the business community, I'm told, with him. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. It is good to be back here at City Hall. It doesn't seem like 20 years have passed this July when I was first able to serve here in this august body. With me today is Bob Curry of California Cartage Company, Patrick Wilson of Fastlane Transportation, Howard Wallace and Dwight Robinson of LA Harbor Grain Terminal, Bruce White of Three Rivers Trucking, Reno Balov of San Pedro Forklift, and if I may ask their employees to please stand for any of these companies.
Go ahead.
These are the companies that are being displaced by SCIG. Throughout this process, these companies have never been opposed to this project. They are only here in regards to if this project goes forward today, they lose their businesses. Their 1,000 employees lose their jobs. 20 years ago, I got the opportunity to sit next to the big chair up there. And the person whose name is on this council chamber, John Ferraro, took me by the arm and said, "Son, this is where, of any place in the city of Los Angeles, the little guy is heard. This is where the little guy can be taken care of, and this is where you and the rest of us do our best to try to make it good for him." Mr. President, members of the council, how we ask you to make this good for the business owners and their employees today is as follows. We would like to see all of this go back to the Harbor Commission, but we're reasonable people. We understand that this project is of significant importance to the city of Los Angeles. That if you approved item 9 and item 10.1, but sent item 10.2 back to the city, back to the Harbor Commission in order that these small businesses could conclude their negotiations with the railroads, that would be the Solomonic thing to do. It saves their businesses, it saves their jobs, it gives time for the city attorney's office to do what they need to do to mediate this issue, and it would be the right thing to do. Mr. President, members of the council, in the spirit of the name whose name adorns this council chamber, let us do right by the little guy today, and please send 10.2 back to the Harbor Commission for 30 days so it can be resolved and come back here so you can approve it. Thank you so very much on behalf of all of the businesses.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes the opponent side. And those of you that were here and wanted to speak but didn't get a chance to, we will place in the record your names indicating that you were here. Now we want to go to the for side, and we'll start off with Mayor Jim Deere. All right, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
And out of deference, we'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. All right, good morning. My name is Jim Deere, and I'm the mayor of the city that is the third city involved with this project, the city of Carson. BNSF's proposed SIG facility is not just immediately adjacent to the city, but in fact, part of the project footprint falls within the city limits of Carson as well. I'm here to express my strong support for the SIG project. The environmental review found that SIG will result in an overall improvement in air quality and health risk in both the immediate neighborhoods, including Carson, as well as throughout the region. At the same time, SIG will eliminate millions of truck miles from the 710 freeway. I serve on the 710 Freeway Environmental Impact Policy Committee, and so we're going to reduce by millions of tons over the decades pollution that is now coming from the 710 freeway that will be eliminated with this SIG project. So we will decrease congestion on the 710 as well. BNSF has worked closely with the stakeholders, including the City of Carson, to ensure that the SIG brings benefits to our community and our region. I anticipate and fully expect that mitigation will be brought forth to the people of Wilmington, West Long Beach, and anyone affected. So I anticipate mitigation measures that will be satisfactory in protecting the health of the people. At the same time, I support the project. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Have a wonderful day, and welcome to Carson anytime.
You too, Mayor. Okay. Maria Elena Durasso, Gary Tobin, Ron Miller.
Good morning, members of the City Council. My name is Maria Elena Durasso, and I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of the Los Angeles Federation of Labor. And we are here to strongly support the Southern California International Gateway. I'm proud to be here representing thousands of men and women who work at the port and probably live in those communities as well. Men and women who work at the port as longshore workers, men and women who work as construction workers. They also are experts. They also look for a good, healthy environment because they have to work in that environment day after day after day. Over the years, I am proud that our movement has created and fostered strong relationship with community, business, and environmental groups to ensure that we protect our families. I applaud and respect all of the work of our environmental allies. But with unemployment so high, we are proud that this project will create thousands of direct jobs. Please approve the project as certified by the Harbor Commission.
Thank you. Gary? Good morning.
Members of the Council, my name is Gary Tobin. I'm the President of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. The ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach are under siege, and so are the jobs of the men and the women who work there and depend on the ports. From Vancouver to Houston, to Mobile to Wilmington, ports along the West Coast, the East Coast, the Gulf of Mexico are expanding their capacity every day to take advantage of the widening of the Panama Canal. The Southern California International Gateway is essential for us to compete and retain these important jobs. We talk every day about green energy and cleaner air. SCAG will be the greenest intermodal yard in the United States. It will reduce truck emissions and improve our air quality. 4 years ago, voters approved Measure R. We agreed to put $40 billion into reducing traffic. This is a project that will take thousands of trucks off the 710 with no cost to the city. Thank you, Gary, for your support.
Now, Mr. Miller, followed by Robert Lafarga, Dan, it looks like Wilzig or Willits, and Tommy Fabre, maybe? Anyway.
Good morning, Council. Mr. President, I'm Ron Miller, Executive Secretary of the Los Angeles Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council. We represent 140,000 little young men and women, little guys. A lot of them are standing behind me today. We support the BNSF SCIG project. We support good jobs. We have partnerships in Long Beach and Los Angeles Port. We do work in both ports, and we have tremendous relationships in both sides. We urge Long Beach to get in front of the mediator and get their deal done. But we urge you to deny the appeals and approve SCIG today. Our members live in every neighborhood around the Port of Los Angeles. We care about the quality of life in these neighborhoods. We join everyone here in looking for a cleaner air and a better way to manage traffic. BNSF is addressing these concerns. We have worked alongside them for several years. The goal of SCIG is to cut the traffic and truck trips down the 710 freeway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, sir, if you'd identify yourself.
Hello, my name is Robert Lafarga.
Okay.
I am here representing State Assemblyman Isidore Hall, 64th District. The Assemblyman is strongly in favor of this project. It's a more efficient way to move containers. It will clean the air, create jobs, and take a lot of traffic off the freeways. Speaking on behalf of myself now, I live in Wilmington. My kids live in Wilmington. My grandkids live in Wilmington. I, too, want clean air. And I do believe that this is a more efficient way. It will clean the air in our community, and I thank you very much.
Tommy? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and fellow council, staff, and public. My name is Tommy Favai. I represent International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11 in the Los Angeles area. We are in full support of the BNSF SCIG project. We urge the City Council to deny the appeal. Second, have approval passage of the final EIR. Thirdly, approve the land use and permit development of this project. And we urge that today. Thank you.
Yes. Identify yourself.
Peter Payton. I'm the former president of the Marine Clerks Association for the ILWU, and I was asked by the current officers to speak because everybody's traveling. I'd like to say that I'm a fifth-generation Angelino. I've watched the port evolve from a fishing community to a cannery to longshore work, and now we have the challenge that we've spoken about before of East Coast and other people trying to take our work, which doesn't represent a few hundred jobs, but it's thousands of jobs across this country. And I'm here in support. I think the port has done an excellent job of looking forward and saying that this is how we move forward, this is how we move greener. I think that they've done a best practice within the agreement that is going to work for us as a community, as a person who lives in that community, and I urge your support of this. Thank you very much.
And if we could have Commissioner Fran Inman come up, please. Commissioner Fran Inman. Yes, sir.
Just checking it's still morning. Good morning, esteemed members of the LA City Council. I'm Dan Witzling. I'm representing Breathe LA. We're one of California's oldest public health charities. We've remained a long-time advocate and health educators in the harbor communities, working side by side with civic leaders, government agencies, corporations, and youth service providers, and supporting initiatives like the Clean Trucks, the Clean Air Action Plan, Green Construction, Long Range Transportation Plan, and Breathe LA's own passion for enforcement of the Clean Air Act. We take a broad view of the ports and the goods movement system as the most environmentally progressive in the country, and our concern is really about the cost of doing nothing. Aligned to our mission, Breathe LA supports BNSF Railway and the Southern California International Gateway. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, followed by Carol Schatz, Doug Arsenault, and Tracy Raptor.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. Fran Inman, Majestic Realty. I'm here today as a person who has served as part of the state's Goods Movement Action Plan from 2006. From most folks from this audience today have been a part of that. This project was a part of that initial statewide planning that was done. It is also a part of our SCAG Regional Transportation Plan, and it is also part of our Sustainable Community Strategies. So as we work to implement SB 375 and our environmental impacts, I think it's important to remember that this project is and has been in all of those projects, and it's also listed in our state draft rail plan. So I just want to remind everybody of that. Thank you.
Carol Schatz, President of Central City Association. A week ago, you supported a project critical to LA's future, the runway move at LAX. SCIG is another opportunity for you to support a project that will have a significant impact on moving LA forward. This is the greenest facility of its kind in the nation, but it's never enough for some who will sacrifice balanced economic growth for a misguided ideology, and in this case I'm talking about the AQMD, that has confused and misled the community and who is requiring a locomotive that does not yet exist. The Port and BNSF need flexibility in achieving the exemplary air quality improvements that they have committed to. Don't tie their hands. Approve the project as proposed by BNSF and certified by the Harbor Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug?
Good morning. I am Doug Arson of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, representing more than 380 businesses primarily in the San Fernando Valley. I'm here this morning to express our strong support for SCIG and to highlight the fact that this project has taken more than 7 years to get to this point. 7 years. Much of the technology that BNSF proposed to use here first has been implemented at 3 other rail yards that BNSF has proposed, built, and begun operating since 2005. In that time, we have missed out on the air quality, traffic reduction, and job creation benefits that SCIG will provide. International trade is a crucial driver of Southern California's economy, and we must remain competitive. We cannot afford to wait any longer on this project. BNSF has committed to more than $130 million in benefits, comparable or better than projects worth twice as much. I urge you to approve this project as proposed by the Port of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Rafter. I'm the CEO of BizFed. We serve more than 100 top business associations representing a cross-section of well over 250,000 businesses in LA County. We work to advocate for public policy legislation, civic engagement across the county's diverse business community. I'm here today to express our strong support for the SCIG and to emphasize how important it is to keep our businesses competitive by not putting unreasonable demands on them. Some would like to see this project as an opportunity to fix problems in other parts of the region. But this simply would create an uncompetitive situation where containers might go away from our region entirely. Or worse, they might go to facilities that aren't taking the steps BNSF is taking. This would mean that the air quality, traffic, and health risk benefits SCIG could offer would not be maximized at all. And while you may hear about one part of the community, in specific 8,000 trucks being added, don't forget 1.5 million trucks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Peter Santillan, Mitch Pouncey, Cliff Smith, Rick Foss. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Peter Santillan, Business Manager of Labor's Local 507, and I stand before you today with my brothers and sisters of organized labor to urge you to vote yes on this project. We, in our local union, looked for opportunities for our membership. Unfortunately, those opportunities have not been there in these past 4 years during these tough times. This is an opportunity to give our membership of all organized labor real jobs, earn real pensions, earn the opportunity to get insurance for themselves and their families. So today I stand before you and urge you to vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President and council members. My name is Mitch Ponce. I'm a representative from the Iron Workers, Local 433. I represent thousands of hardworking families and men and women and skilled men and women that live in the area. I also live in Long Beach in the 7th District where this project is proposed. I'm raising my family there, and we strongly support the SCIG project. Our local has suffered greatly from the recession. We're the people that put the structural steel that is the backbone of many buildings and bridges throughout the area. If there's no building, we have no work. This is a crucial time in economic recovery. The decisions you make will have a direct effect on whether these skilled men and women go to work. BNSF has also committed in creating a job training program and a local hire preference to allow young people to develop their skills and start a career with the building trades. They're taking the right steps for the local economy. We urge you to approve this project as proposed by BNSF and certified by the Harbor Commission and get us all back to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we should have Cliff next, followed by Rick Foss, followed by Joel Thurwatcher, followed by Mike Ford. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Cliff Smith. I'm the business manager of Roofers and Waterproofers Local 36, representing 600 working families across 4 counties in Southern California. I'm also a board member of the South Central Los Angeles Neighborhood Council. The International Gateway Project would increase the quality of life for the vast majority of residents in Southern California. It will keep our ports competitive in a global market. It will improve traffic and auto emissions along our freeways and local roads. And most importantly, in a time and economy where we have double-digit unemployment across our county, especially in the building and construction trades where unemployment is reaching 25% and higher, it will provide thousands of stable and well-paid jobs to provide our members means and opportunity to take care of their families. We strongly encourage the Council to pass this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Identify yourself.
My name is Rick Foss. I'm a business representative for Sheet Metal Workers Local 105. I'm here today to speak to the Mr. President and the council members on behalf of the SCIG project. I do ask that you deny the approval of the appeal. Deny the appeal. And also, let's move forward and pass this project. A few reasons. One is, at 43 years of age, 1989, my father passed away from asthma. This project does promote cleaner air. And personally, I support the project for that reason. I also support the project for the less traffic on the 710 freeway. And thirdly, and really important for the position I hold, I support it for the good paying jobs that it's going to create for the future. Not just jobs, but good paying jobs with benefits, with health insurance, and with the retirement. So on behalf of the sheet metal workers, I urge you to please pass and support the SCIG project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please come identify yourself. And then we'll have Mike Ford. You should be somewhere. And I'm looking for Brett Gallo. If you come up. Okay, sir. Identify yourself.
My name is Joel Thurwachter. I'm a business representative for the Operating Engineers Local 12. I represent the operators that live and work in both ports down there in the harbor and the surrounding area. The SCIG project will help relieve the traffic on the 710 freeway and help improve the air quality over the long run for not just the harbor area, but the whole LA basin. It will also create local jobs through the PLA. Therefore, the Operating Engineers Local 12 supports the BNSF SCIG projects and asks for your support also.
Come forward, Mike.
Mr. President, members of the council, good morning. My name is Mike Ford. I live in the West Long Beach area within the SCIG project. I don't represent anyone except myself. The reason I got involved in this is a little over a year ago. Members of the East Side environmental communities, whatever they're called, came by and knocked on my door and tried to scare me into opposing the project before the EIR was ever released. These are not people that are coming before you as good players and good participants. Their minds were made up before this thing ever had the draft EIR released, before the EIR was released, after the corrections were made, and they will continue to do so. Given the opportunity, they'll have you keep sending this thing back to Harbor Commission until they've Disneyland the BNSF. Please go ahead and approve the project. Thank you. I deserve clean air, too.
Okay, if I could get Brett Gallo, followed by Lisa Desmet, followed by Luis Dominguez.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brett Gallo, and I'm a resident of the West Side Long Beach, along with my wife and my 2 children, a 2- and a 3-year-old little boy. I had a prepared statement, but I don't really want to read it because I tried to think why I was here. Well, I'm here because I want to protect the health and the well-being of my family. The only thing I've had is that report that took 8 years to make, and it's out, and it says it's going to clean the air up. It's going to take trucks off the freeway, and for me, that's important for me and my family and to protect my children's health. That's why I'm here. I want you to approve it just for that fact. I'm a little guy just raising a family in West Long Beach. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lisa DeSmit. I live in West Long Beach with my husband and 2 young children. Of course, I'm concerned about the health of my family, so I wanted to make sure this project wouldn't hurt us. Having read key parts of the environmental report, I knew that it will be better for my family and my neighborhood. 2 independent reports found that the project will improve air quality, not just in Long Beach, but in the affected area. BNSF listened to the community and redesigned SCIG to respond to specific community concerns. They moved the entrance to the west side to keep trucks far away as possible. They committed to green technology and to a sound wall and landscaping. It's clear to me that contrary to what opponents might say, BNSF wants to build a good project, and the proposal that has been approved by the Harbor Commission after years of study achieves this goal. I am proud to be here to urge you to approve SCIG. Thank you.
Okay, Louis, Mary Jo Walker, Michelle Grubbs. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Luis Dominguez. I'm a San Pedro activist. I formerly served on the staff of Mayor Tom Bradley, so I'm kind of familiar with City Hall. I'm here today to show my support for SCIG. What I'm really to talk about over and over again is the fact that we've got to stop pushing out companies who are willing to invest in Los Angeles. I have a company here willing to invest $500 million in LA. We keep talking about being business friendly. It is critical we stop putting roadblocks in these companies, or they will move away. They will build other places. We need to keep them here. We need the jobs, we need the economy, we need all of that. I do want to see the companies, by the way, that have been being displaced. I do hope the port will work with them and find other places for them, because we do need them too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Jo Walker, and I'm a longtime resident of San Pedro. I'm also involved in my community very much. I'm on several board of directors. YWCA of the Harbor area, South Bay, San Pedro Bay Historical Society, and the Salvation Army. Also, I am also serving on CFAC for CD15, which I have been for a number of years for the City of Los Angeles. Like most people, I'm concerned about unemployment, traffic congestion, and air quality. BNSF proposes response to all 3 of these concerns. SCIG will improve air quality, increase the use of trains to move cargo, reduce truck traffic on 710 and residential streets, and bring jobs to our area. Over the years, BNSF has proven itself to be a good neighbor, supporting numerous charitable organizations in our community. I urge you to support the Port of Los Angeles.
Thank you for coming. Michelle Grubbs, Elizabeth Warren, and Randy Gordon. Please come forward. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Grubbs, and I'm the Vice President of the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association. PMSA members represent the marine terminal operators and ocean carriers calling on the West Coast ports, and we support the SCIG project. Approving the SCIG project will demonstrate to our Canadian, Mexican, Gulf, and East Coast competitors that we are serious about retaining the intermodal cargo here in Southern California. PMSA members need near-dock rail support because not all the intermodal containers can be handled on dock. First, there's a limit to the amount of space available at the marine terminals for on-dock facilities. Second, there's a limit to the size of on-dock rail yards within the terminal. And third, near-dock rail facilities help keep the marine terminals fluid by providing options for containers going to low-density destinations. There will always be a need for near-dock facilities, and it is critical that we have near-dock facilities for both Class 1 railroads. We urge you to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Warren. I'm the Executive Director of Future Ports. We're located at Ports of Call Village in San Pedro, and I'm a resident of the 15th Council District. We're an organization bringing together business, community, and government leaders to work toward an integrated approach to resolving port, industry, and community concerns. We believe that a vibrant and healthy economic and environmental future for the ports is vital to us all. We must meet the port's environmental challenges. But to do this, it's essential that we build needed marine and landside shipping facilities and improve our transportation corridors. Without these improvements, congestion and air quality will only worsen. Inaction or delay is not an option. In order to green the ports, we must grow them, and SCIG is exactly the kind of green growth our ports need. BNSF is committed to making sure its growth won't come at the expense of existing businesses on the sites and is working closely with current tenants to find suitable relocation sites. They've made offers to each tenant to assist in site identification, moving expenses, and rent subsidy. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could call up Roger Norber, you'll be the last speaker. Yes, sir.
My name is Randy Gordon. I'm President and CEO of the Long Beach Area Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce is located in Long Beach and has large and small businesses, over 1,000 members of the harbor area. The Long Beach Chamber strongly supports SCIG. Approving SCIG will remove millions of truck miles from our 710 freeway, improve air quality for our residents, provide necessary jobs for our unemployed and underemployed. SCIG will support our Port of Long Beach, to help us stay competitive. Based on historic volumes, approximately 59% of containers handled at SCIG will have origins destinations related to facilities at the Port of Long Beach. The Chamber appreciates BNSF's commitment to build a permanent sound wall and landscaping east of the proposed rail yard, as well as their commitment to complete the extension of the existing wall on the north side of Sepulveda Boulevard. We encourage you and strongly encourage you to support the SCIG project. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, John Walsh, are you still? Well, here, whoever, you come on up. John Walsh, I'm going to let you close. Yes, sir.
My name is Ernesto Navarez. I'm here representing the Norman Terrace Coordinating Council. The NTCC represents over 1,400 low-income residents in 400 public housing units in Harbor City. Many of our residents are unemployed, underemployed, or have low-paying jobs, necessitating they live in Section 8. Our group receives no public funding at this time, and hasn't, that I know of. The food bank cannot give us any food because they're low on food. There's people in our housing project who are hungry now, kids who are hungry. We have no lunch program. We're hungry. We want to work. And hunger doesn't wait. We need those jobs now, and we do represent Harbor City, and some of our people live in Wilmington and San Pedro. Please pass this program as soon as possible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. President, my name is Roger Nober. I'm an Executive Vice President with BNSF Railway. We want to thank you for holding this hearing and this vote on this important project to us. We first filed our notice back in 2005, and it's been a long journey, but we're happy that we are finally here. To the supporters, we want to say thank you for your support. To the opponents, we would say that we think when the facility is built and open, you'll be very pleasantly surprised with how it operates. And you've heard a lot of assertions and discussion today, and I'm just here to answer any questions that you or anyone on the council might have about it. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh to close on the aye side.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. I've changed my mind. I was anti-SCIG, but you have convinced me. You've got to understand, we white people are superior to you minorities, okay? And if we want to build something there, we damn well will build it. We're sure as hell not going to build it in Santa Monica where all us rich white people live, are we? No, we're going to build it where you are, and if you minorities die, the hell with you. You're coming into our country, you're invading us, and now we have bought off a certain few orange people with jobs. So they're now going to be on the side of their bosses. But I'm saying a vote for this proves any white man or a black man or a yellow man or an Asian man that you are on our side of the white people, and the white people will pave the entire world because we were here first, and the rest of you people can get the hell out of our country.
Okay. I knew that would break up the monotony. All right. This is what we're going to... Oh, Mr. City Attorney, don't you have an announcement?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Could we keep it down, please?
Okay. Regarding the SCIG CEQA appeal in item 9, Council cannot actually amend the EIR. The CEQA appeals vote is up or down. That is, either approve the appeals or deny the appeals. If Council were to vote to amend the EIR or mitigation, then the vote would effectively grant the appeals and remand the EIR back to the Harbor Commission with Council's comments for reconsideration of the EIR. Regarding the SCIG lease and permit item 10, if Council were to get to that, pursuant to Charter Section 606, Council could only approve or disapprove the lease and permit matters. Pursuant to Charter Section 607, 10 votes are required to approve the findings supporting the 50-year lease and permit. Such findings are set forth in 10A. Any other motion to amend the lease and permit would in effect be a disapproval of the lease and permit, which then would be sent back to the Harbor Commission with Council's comments. Motions requesting reports back from the Harbor would not be considered to be amending the lease and permits.
Mr. Krikorian, quickly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of order, actually an announcement and a point of order. First of all, given the length of this discussion, the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, which was scheduled to begin in this room at 1 o'clock, will instead begin at 2 o'clock. And the point of order on this matter, maybe it's a question for the City Attorney. There were a number of items that were submitted today to the Council, voluminous items, and I think it's important that the record reflect that the Council does not have a fair opportunity to review those items that are being submitted today. They might be considered as part of the ongoing record, but for purposes of today's decision, Mr. City Attorney, is it reasonable to simply make a record that we haven't had a fair opportunity to consider those, and those should not be considered as part of today's decision making?
That is entirely reasonable to make that record.
Thank you.
Okay, now this is what we're going to do, members. We're going to call on Mr. Labange to open, and that'll be followed by Mr. Buscaino, and then we'll begin in order on the queue. Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank everyone for coming down and speaking to us. I think this is exactly what I wanted to see as chair of committee, a full, robust discussion in this chambers about a very important project. I love our city. I love our port. I love Long Beach. My dad was born there a long, long time ago. He's in heaven. He lived a good life. But I want to tell you, every neighborhood has a value. But every city that does have a port has a responsibility for a region. And I've looked at this matter and the comments that I heard today, and I do appreciate the letters that they have submitted. I do want to compliment the staff of the Port of Los Angeles and its director, but I especially want to salute, I will say that, to a former colleague who was a deputy in this building for many years, who was involved in changing the way Los Angeles saw things with so many propositions and changing the way Los Angeles operated, and now a Port of Los Angeles Commissioner, Cindy Misakowski. I thank you for your service and your comments. This is an important issue that's before us that I ask for your support. This is very important for the future of Los Angeles and important for the mitigation of factors that go back over 100 years when life was different in the port I strongly support this and ask for a yes on number 9, a yes on 10, A, B, a no on C, and a yes on D. But that's my statement as we open this up, and I thank all of you, and I really do appreciate the public comment that everyone gave from a variety of factors. Mr. President, next speaker.
Thank you, Councilor Labange. Councilor Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to echo Mr. Labange's comments on seeing democracy at its finest, hearing all sides come together, and listening to your questions, your comments, your concerns. If you're either for or against this project, thank you. Thank you for being here. Colleagues, this proposed Southern California International Gateway Railway project will be the cleanest rail yard ever built in our country. With a $500 million cost, all private investment dollars, this is a good project on both economic and environmental grounds. To date, we've heard some of the concerns that not enough public hearing has been shed out. But let me tell you this. The port has hosted 5 public comment hearings, 1 scoping meeting, and 1 additional public hearing for the final EIR. Despite what you may be led to believe, this project actually improves the health of nearby residents and the LA Basin as a whole. Moving forward with this project means a reduction in air pollutants associated with cargo handling and through the elimination of more than 1 million trucks per year off the region's freeways. I'd like to call the staff to the table if I can get the port. And I have a series of questions, and if I have to, I'll press my button again. One comment that we heard from one of my constituents who I respect, Jesse Marquez, he had a concern about why more of the on-dock rail can't be available to the port, like Pier 500. And talking to Jesse, that was a concern to him. So tell me, why do we need this near-dock facility, and why can't the port provide the necessary area, say, for example, Pier 500?
We support on-dock rail. It is our highest priority, and we are building out our on-dock rail facilities really as we sit here today. But as I mentioned earlier, on any given day, there's still not enough cars or containers at each facility to make up trains to all the different locations. So yes, we do pull full trains out of the port, but a lot of containers have to go to a central collecting place to make up some of the trains.
Yeah, let me answer.
Commissioner Dave Aaron for the record.
Commissioner Dave Aaron, Vice President of Commission. You know, what we have in LA is an on-dock rail on every facility, and we're building one at TRAPAC. So we have evolved over the years in developing these on-dock facilities. We're going to reach a point where that's not enough, and we've got to plan for the future. And only when near-dock rail can we plan for that future. So we're maximizing on-dock rail already.
So what you're saying, Commissioner, in order to be competitive, we need more rail.
That's correct.
And that's what the port is already building on-dock, specifically at TRAPAC. One question, then I'll push my button again. So can you be clear to us? We're hearing that this project will make the pollution worse. Is that true?
No, that is not true. Chris, do you want to elaborate on that? And maybe think about the graphics that I had up there with the red and blue lines.
Right. No, this is Chris Cannon, the Director of the Environmental Management Division. In fact, the project would improve conditions around the site. One of the things that isn't mentioned here that should be is health risk. Health risk is an extremely important issue in the community around the port, and it considers cancer risk and morbidity, mortality, chronic illness, and the project would reduce health risk. And so it's important to recognize that. There are also a number of mitigation measures. I won't go through them all, but substantially reduce impacts on streets. There's a sound wall, there's landscaping, there's a commitment to move towards zero-emission trucks as soon as they're feasible. You got all electric operations of cranes on site, a state-of-the-art rail yard, and certainly a transition to LNG trucks. So all of these things, dedicated routes to keep trucks out of neighborhoods. So yes, it would actually improve things.
And by doing nothing, it will just remain the status quo as far as what's there today, as far on the environmental side.
I don't want to dump on the people that are there, but it's a heavy industrial area that's trucking, logistics, and rail. And it is not going to have the kinds of on-site controls, especially the electric operations that are going to occur at SCIG. So yes, you would actually have greater impacts. It seems kind of counterintuitive because you got a new rail yard there, but the fact is the rail yard is better because it's a state-of-the-art yard, which has mostly electric operations.
I'll press my button again, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Buscaino. Next on our queue, Councilman Koretz, followed by Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are all relating to emissions, and that's my area of concern. Now, we've heard, and I've assumed the veracity of this, that emissions levels will go down as a result of this project. Now, we heard from AQMD exactly opposite. So how do experts in this field come to different conclusions with the same data? And how can we feel certain that our experts and you are the ones that are right, which we kind of have to rely on?
Well, first of all, let me just say one more time. You didn't hear AQMD say anything about health risk, and I want to keep pointing that out. Health risk is one of the biggest problems for the community there. And the diesel particulate matter emissions, the source of cancer-causing toxic air contaminants, go down. And the project wouldn't add anything to that. The project increment is virtually zero. So
now,
I want to point that out.
Let me interrupt you just for a second. I thought I heard them say that, according to their information, NOx would actually go up.
Well, this is NOx, and that's different than diesel particulate matter. So let's talk about NOx. What they believe is that they disagree with our modeling protocols. They believe that our modeling protocols are that overpredict NOx emissions and that we are essentially misleading. The fact is our modeling protocols are conservative. They do predict high NOx emissions, but they also for the NO project, but they also predict high NOx emissions for the project. And the reality is that the NO project actually ends up being higher using a sort of maximum worst case analysis, which is a protocol that we've used for years and that the AQMD has never questioned in the past. But it shows a maximum likely scenario of no project that's actually higher than the maximum likely scenario for the project. It's common industry accepted protocol. Again, it's not the first time we've had an NO2 significant impact with our projects. AQMD has never questioned our modeling protocols in the past. I think the reason they're questioning it this time is because they've got particular mitigation measures that they want to push us toward, and we're not ready to require our tenants to sign leases that depend upon the operation of brand new technology that's still under development. And that's really the battleground here. That's what they're looking for us to do.
Let me ask one other question, because you have a slide in your presentation that says by 2023 you'll have 50% Tier 4 locomotives and 40% Tier 3 locomotives used at SCIG. And that's not too long after we anticipate the facility opening. I thought I heard AQMD or others, maybe it was NRDC, say that we don't have that solidly in place. So how certain are we that we actually can make that happen? Because that would dramatically clean up this project and that whole area.
We have set that as a goal. We are very cognizant of the fact that the Tier 4 locomotives are not available at this point for purchase and will be hopefully between 2015 and 2017. The AQMD said that the BN has shown that they were able to accelerate clean locomotives into this basin. That's a positive. We expect the same thing to happen again, and we're going to hold them.
Wait. So the question I asked, though, you answered by saying, yes, the other side is right. This is not locked in. This is only a goal.
Exactly.
Because it's not. I thought I heard something to that effect when I met with you, but in this material, it doesn't say it's a goal. It says we will have 50% Tier 4 locomotives by 2023.
Yeah, well, you know, our entire Clean Air Action Plan was based on goals. We set goals, and we've actually shown that we've been able to blow right past those goals and achieve, say, a 70% reduction.
Council member, if I can add, one of the things, and you're asking exactly the questions that we asked as Commission, and that is, how can we push and create something hard? And there's a couple of things. Right now, today, environmentally, we cannot require a feasibility measure that does not exist today. Tier 4 does not exist today. So we put it in as a goal and put the standards in of how fast we want to accelerate it. One of the other things that is part of this lease is the requirement that there are 5-year opener resets, that every 5 years this commission, particularly relative to the project, the entirety of the project, can, when it's a reopener every 5 years, look at the new technology that we believe is present and push that as a requirement on a 5-year reopener. That deals with the locomotives. There's even tougher push on clean trucks. We are requiring certain clean trucks that exist today. Beyond that, every 2 years, we will look at what a technology committee, not BN dominated, but a technology committee on which AQMD sits, on which Port of Long Beach sits, on our own port, and other technological specialists who will make a determination independently, are these new technologies available on the trucking side? If so, and that technological committee determines that they are available and financially feasible, again, not the railroad, but an independent entity, they will make that recommendation, and the ports of Long Beach and the Port of LA together can say that's the new standard. So we have, through the lease and project conditions, not environmental mitigations, said that every 2 years we are going to up the standard as we can on the trucking and other environmental technology. On the rail side, it will be every 5 years.
Paul, if you press your button again.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I may have to press my button several times. And I'd like to ask if the South Coast Air Quality Management District representative and the city attorney can come to the table, if that's all right with you.
I'm fine with that. I just asked you to be sensitive to the time.
Yeah,
if you guys could just move for
and while they're
a
coming
few
up,
moments.
I'll speak while they're coming up. And before I continue with my questions, I just want to be clear about one thing, that I do support this project and its goals. But the goals are important to all of us. And what should be equally important is ensuring that we do everything within our power to put together an agreement that includes mitigation that truly addresses the negative impacts that have been identified by the various government agencies. As many of you know, I also represent the City of Los Angeles on the governing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District. I have heard from other environmental groups, agencies, and governmental entities that, like me, support this project, but believe that we need to strengthen the language in the lease agreement for more effective mitigation. We need to ensure that when the time comes, the project will be mandated to adopt new and improved technologies, ensure cleaner air, and reduce the impacts of the project on surrounding communities, with a timeline by which BNSF should be required to use cleaner technology like Tier 4 locomotives and zero-emission trucks. Right now, the agreement leaves it to the city to prove that the technology exists. Where I see room for negotiation and improvement is on the possibility of building language into the agreement that mandates that when new technology has advanced, that BNSF must implement these technologies as a matter of practice. The city also needs to have the opportunity committee to work with Union Pacific and to do the same when the time comes for us to negotiate and renew their lease in order to level the playing field and to make competition fair. But I believe more work has to be done to strike an agreement with the railroad company that better mitigates the environmental impacts of the community. Now, as it currently stands, we are not able to answer the questions put before us by governmental entities representing the best practices for air quality in our region. So I have to ask if these issues could be resolved in committee and working with the Port Commission and its staff. However, this item was never heard in committee, it was waived, and it was not heard in Plum or in Energy and Environment. It highlights a problem here because we no longer have an Environmental Affairs Department, and I can't answer the question who in the city reviewed and issued a report on the EIR for the council. I know it was reviewed by the city attorney for the harbor, but from what I understand, it does not appear that the EIR was reviewed by planning staff. This is an important step. I am puzzled about what happened. I'd like to ask first the representative from the South Coast Air Quality Management District to just lay out his concerns, the view regarding the port's claim that SCIG improves air quality. Does the lease include an effective requirement for zero-emission trucks? And what are the implications if the project is approved for the federal ambient air quality standard for NOx if it is violated as shown in the EIR? And I'll say it again if I need to.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Perry, and thank you, Councilman Koretz, for your comments and questions as well. Let me just try and clarify a few points, if I could, Mr. President. And I do want to note that we do work on virtually everything else. We're in sync with the port. So the port people are good people, and I don't want to leave anyone with an impression otherwise. If you look at the EIR, or you look at the handout that we provided earlier regarding the NO2 exceedance, it's really over a very substantial area affecting roughly 35,000 residents. There are multiple pollutants that we are tasked to reduce to meet federal clean air standards. Nitrogen dioxide is one of them. It's a significant one. It's one where the federal government has recently taken action to lower standards. If the region, for any reason, doesn't attain the NO2 standard, bad things happen. We're subject to federal sanctions. Those sanctions include potential loss of transportation funds. Obviously, that's significant to the City of Los Angeles and others. In addition to that, there's another sanction that requires that new businesses or modifications to existing businesses have to acquire a greater number of what are called emission offsets. Those offsets are expensive, and if those requirements kick in and raise the cost of modifications or establishing new businesses, it could have a significant impact on business growth within the region. This is a very, very large impact by our review of the document, and not something that we see. That's why we're here today before you. And we feel confident that if we can sit down and have another go with the port staff and with BNSF, that we can devise mechanisms that will work for everyone involved, that will address this concern.
Excuse me, Dr. Wallerstein, I guess you have a PowerPoint that you now's up on the screen.
Can you advance that one here? So this is very significant in our view. The issue of the reopener, and I want to be clear because Councilman Perry, you and Councilman Koretz asked about this. In the documents that are before you, I believe it's MMAQ-9. The exact wording is new air quality technological advancements, subject to mutual agreement or operational feasibility and cost sharing, which will not unreasonably be withheld. So you have to have mutual agreement by the operator, BNSF. We don't think that that ensures that the technologies will in fact occur and be put into place upon any 5-year reviews. And the example, one of the examples, Councilwoman Perry, was the Tier 4 locomotive technology. The federal government has adopted standards that requires that technology to become available in 2015. So the technology is definitely coming. In the example I used in my earlier testimony, I mentioned that BNSF and UP actually had agreed to an early accelerated implementation of new technology previously. They went from Tier 0 uncontrolled locomotives to what are called Tier 2 substantially cleaner locomotives, and they did it on an expedited schedule ahead of federal requirements. What I want to highlight now is that they did so 7 years before, they agreed to this 7 years before that technology was commercially available. So we ask you to ask yourselves, if they could agree to that before, why aren't they agreeing to that now? And why can't we work something out that in some totally unexpected circumstance that caused a delay, that the wording in the agreement would, allow for an appropriate correction if there were such circumstances? So if you can do it in the past, why can't you do it now, especially when you're near the Homeless Veterans Center, transitional school for homeless kids, elementary school, high school, park, middle school, and then a Catholic church with its own school right behind that. This is a unique situation that requires a little bit additional deliberation in our view, and we stand ready to assist the port staff and strike an agreement that folks can live with. And I think overall that'll move the project forward actually faster than proceeding today.
Okay. Do you want me to press my button again for?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Who do I have? I have Mr. Weezer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And is representatives from BNSF here? Can we have them come up, please? And following up on AQMD,
Mayor, if you guys would go take a seat. And, you could. Oh, you're from good there? You're good from there, Mr. No? Okay, then just stay at the center so we don't have to move. Oh, wait, here, we've got a live mic over here, right over here.
Can you respond to some of the issues raised by AQMD right now in terms of the 5-year technology review and some of the testimony that was given right now by AQMD?
Well, there's a lot of different parts to that. Let me start with the locomotives. We met with AQMD, and I think their goal is they want to mandate a hard adoption of Tier 4 locomotives by a date certain. So I think the director said that the federal government has mandated Tier 4 locomotives be in place by 2015. And a mandate is different than locomotives actually being invented, operating, and running. And so as we stand today in the middle of 2013, there are no Tier 4 locomotives that are currently available. There are two manufacturers of locomotives, GE and Caterpillar, which makes them. Caterpillar said that their Tier 4 technology probably won't be available until 2017. GE has not said that, but it likely will move beyond. And one point I'd like to address is that the technology for Tier 4 and Tier 3 is significantly more complex than Tier 0 and Tier 1. So as we said, our company was proud that back in the 90s we were able to early adopt go from Tier 0 to Tier 1 and Tier 1 to Tier 2. But the change from Tier 0 and 1 to 3 and 4 is a much, much more significant one. Our company is currently buying Tier 3s. We bought 340 of them last year. Every single one of them failed. Every single one broke and had to go back and be repaired. And that's just the absolute fact. And so we have not been, and I think one of our main points in all of this is that we should not be required to buy technology that hasn't been invented by a date certain. And that's what I think AQMD has been asking for in this process, and that's why we haven't thought that's a good idea, and we agreed with the port, which goes beyond what we would like to see, the port's reopener.
Okay.
So that's on the locomotive piece.
Okay, great. Thank you. And
that's just the practical reality of locomotives.
Okay, thank you. And my time's running out, but if I'm going to ask one more question to the port, and then I'll come back to this. But if someone from the port can answer that, in 2010, while the EIR was under development, the Clean Air Action Plan was updated and set a goal of 95% Tier 4 locomotives by 2020. Why is the goal in the SCIG only 50% Tier 4 locomotives in 2023?
This might, oh, now it works. Okay. We were trying to make it work. It didn't seem like it was. What you're referring to is our 2010 CAP update, and it set a goal of 95% Tier 4 locomotives in 2020 and a minimum performance standard of 50% Tier 4, 40% Tier 3 in 2023. But what it also indicated, and this was part of the approving resolution for the CAP, is that each of these measures would need to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis to determine their appropriateness for particular projects. And so what we did, the goal of 95% was always a real stretch goal. I don't think anybody was sure we were going to make that. But the 50-40 minimum performance standard we set as a goal based on really some of the factors that were mentioned a moment ago by BNSF. But frankly, we're not doing what they say. We're the lead agency. We do what we say. And our judgment was that it would be premature to require a hard goal or hard date for having this percentage of locomotives, given the uncertainty in the development of this technology as it exists today. But having said that, we absolutely believe through our lease reopener that we can come back to the table and say to them, you know what, it's working now. And so it's time for you to step up to the plate and do it. And we think that that's a better way to approach our tenants. We're a business, and we need to work with the business community and make sure that they have a business and a lease that is based on things that we believe are real and that they can plan for. And so we want to require it.
You're not required to follow the 95%.
The 95% was always just a goal, so that was never a requirement, but there is some question about the 50% and 40% as a minimum performance standard. We weren't required to follow that either, but that was set that way because we wanted to look real close to see if it could be done. And but as was described, the Board of Harbor Commissioners, they're both here, the President and Vice President can speak to it, but they enacted a resolution that required that you look on a case-by-case basis to evaluate an appropriateness of a particular measure to a project. And in this case, the determination was made that making it a goal was appropriate.
Can I offer one on the 50%, 40% Tier 4 and Tier 3? It was a goal because of the uncertainty about locomotive availability that I discussed earlier. But it says that if you can't meet it, you have to offset the emissions that you would have had if you had 50% and 40% another way. So the overall emissions emitted by BNSF will be the same regardless. It'll meet as if we were running 50% Tier 4 and 40% Tier 3. But it's set as a goal because if the technology isn't there, and we have set goals with air quality agencies in California for 20 years and met every single one of them. But if the technology isn't available, we would be able to come up with the same overall emissions profile, just meet it in different ways. And that has not been mentioned yet, but that's an important part of this.
Thank you.
Okay. Barry, I'm going to ask your crew to return to their seats, and we'll call you, or Ms. Perry will call you back. So now I'd like to defer to Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Truly, this is the democracy at its best. Nothing I like better than everybody in the room working on an issue that impacts all of us. This is the best thing I can tell you being here 8 years. Look, I got to make it clear. There are three things in my mind. First is just a point of clarification to anyone from Long Beach. The Port of LA can require any new zero-emission technology at any time, thanks to Commissioner David Aaron. That is in there as a clause. Is that right?
You know, the reality is that we've been working on zero-emission trucks for the last 4 or 5 years.
Right.
Port of LA and Port of Long Beach. We have a truck running now for 12 hours a day, back and forth to a comparable area to the rail yard.
Yeah.
with a 12-hour battery charge on it with a 40-foot container.
Right.
And as we move forward, we'll put 10 or 15 or 20 new trucks on the road. And within a year or two, we're going to know whether the technology is there or not. We are moving forward.
Yeah, and
when that time comes, it's not up to BNSF,
Sure.
it's up to us to make
Right.
the decision.
Right. There's no question about it. Now, the big story is the competitiveness of our port with what's going to happen when the Suez Canal gets deeper. I don't want to see us lose our 43% or 45%. I don't want to lose the Alameda Corridor. I don't want to lose it. It is the huge plus to the West Coast, not only to Los Angeles, but to Long Beach and everybody else who sees the opportunities to go. If we don't and we delay, you'll see the Gulf and you'll see the East Coast more competitive. They're chopping at the bit to take away the advantage we now have. So we are working on making it deeper, cleaner, and more competitive. It's really a no-brainer for me to support my colleague in the 15th District in that, and the communities here. And if there's any issue on pollution, it will come up again in the reopener clause. I say to Long Beach, we must approve this. We must approve it now. We must keep our competitive edge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nober, yeah, if you would return to your seat, we'll call you back if we need you. Mr. Parks.
I was just writing that. That's because I smell it.
Thank you very much. I just like to make a couple of...
Get me something like
Okay. All right. I'd just like to make a couple of comments. I think kind of overwhelmed today with the amount of material that we received just this morning, but my concerns remain pretty consistent. I'm concerned about the number and the diversity of the appellants. I mean, we go from AQMD to Long Beach and a variety of local communities. And to me, it just does not appear that we have tried our best, this is my judgment, to resolve some of these before today. There's also the specific impact to the immediate community. And I clearly see the charts about the general area of improvement, and they're positive, but I don't know how we can convince the 30 or 40,000 people that live within walking distance that they're going to be safer. We also have an issue of displacement of hundreds of jobs, and I didn't get a sense of what we're going to do on those activities. And then the other issue of dealing with it is that and I think from the time I've been here, when people threaten litigation, you take it seriously. But if you have litigation and injunction, what the results will be, we'll have an approved plan, but no movement for a couple of years. Whether that's the investment we want to make with the funding to aid litigation versus putting that time on the front end is a concern of mine. And then again, if we're to make the decision today, and yet we've not had a chance to see all of or digest all of the material that's been handed to us in council, I'm just wondering if we satisfy the whole issue of the hearing that we're supposed to be putting on. So those are my 5 issues. It makes it very difficult for me to vote for this at this time. I think it's a great project. I think the whole concept of 4 miles versus 24 miles, the whole issue of building something that's clean and green clearly is in our advantage, but I just think there's some fundamental issues that need to be resolved so that when we move forward, it's done permanently.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. There were some questions that were posed regarding the contamination, and that's...
Wait, can I interrupt you? It's my understanding you wanted to respond and I cut you off. I'm sorry, Mr. Parks.
No, I'm through.
Are we good? You're good? Yeah. All right.
I didn't expect an answer.
Okay. Mr. Reyes.
When I hear the comments from the local communities about contamination and we're going to make it worse, and understanding the context of this bigger discussion is the fact that the Panama Canal will be built. It is expanding. And in the background, you have the Southern California Association of Governments, along with many other cities that are concerned about the role of our economy here in the Southern California region, that if we are not competitive, we will fall down in the scale of the worldwide economy becoming a destination for this level of trade, which could mean thousands of jobs at stake, thousands of jobs at stake. But I want to get back to something very important, understanding what we have on the table. And that is that in the charts that we've seen about contamination, that if we do not do anything now, the levels of contamination will continue to be worse. That right now we are not doing anything about it. The children are suffering more now. That without the improvements, the children will continue to suffer. With this change, we can now bring down the level of contamination for our children and our families. So the image is being portrayed that we are being heartless, we're being cold, we are denying children a future, we are killing our families because all we're worried about is money. What I want to address, and if you can be succinct, what is the impact, because you have a disagreement with AQMD, they're saying that we are going to be punitive, that we don't agree with the port, but I need for you to say clearly that we are in a position to make things better.
The conditions will be better. And one way that really verifies that is for the past 5 years, the area around Wilmington, the ambient air monitor station out there shows conformance with all the standards for particulates. That never happened before. That data streams right out to the internet. It's not touched by port staff. It's out there for the community to view themselves what's happened as a result of the port's efforts. And for 5 years in a row now, we've proven that the area around Wilmington, because we put a meter up there, we've improved the air quality, and this is a continuation of that. This is the only opportunity project where we have the ability to really push the electric truck, which this board really wants to do. Those graphs don't even show the impact of the electric truck yet. We haven't even taken that into consideration. It's going to get better than those graphs.
I would just add to Councilmember, there's no question that the air quality, AQMD, when they brought that filter in to show this happened today, this happened at a site nearby, this black screen, that's what's the particulate that's out there today. That, if we do nothing, that doesn't change because it's coming from trucks. And what this project does, and I think any environmentalist will say that a choice between trucks and rail, always go with rail. Rail can do more massively with lower pollution. That's why everyone talks, and it's why we talk about mass transit as well, getting vehicular movement off of our freeways and off of our streets. That's what those lines show. Doing nothing, the situation stays the same. Doing something, it reduces it significantly. And better, it allows us some leverage, not only with our 5-year reopeners on this project, but if we get a good railroad in with new standards, it gives us the leverage to go after the bad railroad that does exist there and force them to try to do things too. We will use everything in our power to do that.
Oh, and sir, may I just say one thing? I'm going to sound like a broken record. Health risk goes down. Health risk goes down. We have less diesel particulate matter emissions on our project because we're going to transition to non-diesel equipment on site and non-diesel equipment traveling to the site. So diesel particulate matter goes away, and that's critical for that community.
My sense of commitment to the communities around there is based on the fact that we are at a beginning point to make things better. We are at a beginning point to look at new technologies that you are willing to accept in the future to ensure that we continue to lower the level of impacts on our children. Is that correct? Yes. Is that accurate?
Yes.
No question.
So, colleagues, in light of the fact that if we don't move now, in 2, 3, 4 years out, we are going to lose our competitive edge in the world economy. We're going to lose thousands of jobs. If we don't move now, our children will continue to suffer. That's the reason why I need to support this today. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, this decision is anything but a no-brainer. With all due respect, Mr. Rosendahl, this is something we have to consider long and hard. because of the potential negative impacts and because of the positive impacts. It's that convergence of controversy that makes it difficult for us to decide. The fact of the matter is that we want progress, and we want that progress to include a cleaner environment. The question that we have to struggle with at the end of the day is whether or not we believe that this activity will reduce the impacts long term, or whether it will increase them, and whether or not it will benefit the progress that we derive from the economics of this equation will overshadow some of the negative impacts that come with this project. These decisions aren't easy. Progress isn't always perfect. But the question is whether or not you believe that they have met every standard that we now know of today, or to the extent that it's reasonable, have we done that? And I believe we have. That's not to say that I oppose the objections that have been raised by the community. I think that those have made this a better project, and I commend you for doing that. I also, as a former member of the board of the AQMD, where I blocked the coke piles that were going to be put into your community, I absolutely believe that their interest is important here. But there's another side to that coin, and that is whether or not I believe this is a stopwatch kind of decision, where whatever we do today, they get what they want, and nothing's ever going to be looked at again. No. Why? Because I sit next to this man, Joe Buscaino, and I believe he cares passionately about his community and wants to clean the environment, and will continue to work with you to clean the environment. I also believe the port understands that it's going to be, in the long run, it's going to be good business to be a clean port, because there's going to be a lot of places that won't ship to us if we do not have a clean port. And so if we could add that to our menu of opportunities that we're offering from a marketing perspective, hey, we'll pick up some clients that otherwise might go someplace else. And yes, we are competing with Panama and everybody else out there on the West Coast, and those are issues that we have to take into consideration. We also have to take into consideration that we're struggling in a horrible economy, and nobody sees the end of the day if we do not take progressive and serious action to stimulate jobs and good paying jobs in that. That we are faced with more blight in our communities, not from spewing out of trucks, but spewing out of neighborhoods in the form of foreclosures and blighted homes and communities that just aren't taken care of. At the end of the day, I have to fall on the side of trusting my belief that Joe Buscaino is going to be a passionate fighter for the environment in the Bay. My belief that Mr. Arian, who I've known for many years, is a true environmentalist who really does believe that it is part of his job as a commissioner to fight to improve our environment over there. And also to the community, who will continue to be passionate on this issue, and I hope you succeed in some cases to improve whatever happens here. Finally, I do believe that they have met the legal challenges that are required by law relative to ensuring the minimal environmental impact, and I frankly don't believe that the challenges will prevail. And because of that, I have to fall and give my vote to this project. I would only ask that the community, the AQMD, and all the other forces continue to be vigilant to ensure that we are doing the best possible thing for our environment relative to this project. So with that, I give my vote to support the project.
Now, Mr. Buscaino, what I'm going to do, I want to hold you, if it's okay, to last, so you can close this out.
More questions?
Well, we'll let you do that when you get ready to close. So now I want to go to Mr. Zine for a first time, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Koretz, and then Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to those that are gathered here for this discussion and vote, and the commissioners. When I look at the port and the economic engine for the city of Los Angeles, when I look at the airport and economic engine for the city of Los Angeles, when I look at the folks out there in the orange shirts looking for work, who want to go out and work and support their families. It's very important. I've discussed this with the council member from the 15th district. He's very passionate about it. He lives down there. He's got a family. He's concerned about the environment, concerned about pollution, concerned that it be done in the right manner. And listening to the comments, listening to the experts, AQMD obviously is a major issue. Also, the areas surrounding this world who want to take our business away, whether it be the business from the port or the business from entertainment or other areas, affects every single person in this region. So I want to not have a long speech, but along with my colleagues that are strongly supporting this measure, for the people who are going to benefit, the people of this region of Southern California are going to benefit by this new operation. And I'm glad to see the Chamber here joining with Labor together to say this is good for Southern California, this is good for the people of this region. So you got my vote, Mr. Joey B., in support of this project. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I agree with some of the comments made about how important this project is. I trust the members of the Port Commission, some of whom I've known for many, many years, including Cindy Misikowski, who I worked with in Marvin Browdy's office a little while ago. I won't say quite how long ago, but yeah, that, and then some. I am just concerned that we focus on making this as environmentally positive a project as possible. And so I still have a couple of questions. I'll ask them all at once and let you answer them in a group so I won't have to go back and forth on the queue. And it's more a question of the technology that we have now and why we're not asking, as part of this project, that we move to the technology we have now. We do have Tier 3 technology for locomotives. We know that the company has a number of them in their possession. Why are we not mandating that they move more of their Tier 3 locomotives into this project, or even entirely use only Tier 3 for this project until the Tier 4s are developed? The same thing with trucks. Why aren't we mandating that they use the state-of-the-art trucks more quickly than 2026? And why aren't we asking that they look at going beyond even the LNG trucks, which are pretty environmental? My understanding is that Vision Motor Company now has a zero-emission hydrogen gas fuel cell battery drayage truck that's been certified for sale in California by the California Air Resources Board, but it's also not called out in this deal as a mandatory mitigation. So all those questions. Otherwise, I credit those involved for caring about the environment and trying to work in this direction. I certainly particularly trust Mr. Buscaino, who lives in the area, raising his children in the area. He'll be impacted by the air quality personally, and I'm counting on him to act in the best interest of his family and his constituents. So I know every effort will be made, but I just, for the record, want an answer. Why aren't we pushing them with a technology we know we can get our hands on now? We understand that on this 5-year review that they'll be pushed in the future to go to the cleanest, but why aren't we getting to where we could right now?
Is this on? Okay. Starting with your last question, yes, there's a Vision Motor truck out there. It can't pull a fully loaded container. The truck that we are testing, the electric truck, can, and that's why we want to get more of them. We're going to use a DOE grant out there into the market being tested, and then we want to move forward with the all-electric. We have required in our analysis in terms of the requirements under CEQA. We have required what is necessary to meet the guidance of CEQA, and then the board has gone beyond that with special conditions. Project is a $500 million project. Each Tier 3 locomotive is nearly $1 billion itself. We've, giving the business an opportunity to ramp up with the project as they grow into the project. They're not going to open on the first day with 2.5 million TEUs. They may have about 500,000 TEUs initially. We currently have 10% LNG trucks in our fleet. We realize that has to grow over time as well as the project ramps up, and our schedule allows that ramp up. And we've included that ramp up in our analysis and still meet those, still improve the air quality in the area.
Okay, Ms. Perry?
Yeah, sorry.
Or did you want to
may I add
expand on that? Yeah, go right ahead.
If that's okay, sir. There was a comment made by... Excuse me. There was a comment that was made earlier about the Vision truck receiving CARB certification. I wanted to speak to that. CARB certification is an emissions certification. It is a confirmation that CARB indicates that you can meet a particular emissions standard. In this case, that isn't so hard because it's zero. But what it doesn't do is it does not speak to the operational capabilities of a truck over the long term, certainly through duty cycles, as Geraldine points out, pulling a container. So all of those things are part of the tests that have to be done to make sure something is viable in an actual operating setting. So I just wanted to point that out if I could, sir.
And could I make one comment on that?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I've driven in both of these trucks. We've been on this for the last 4 or 5 years. I started on this when Antonio appointed me 8 years ago, along with 3 other trade unionists and 4 environmentalists to help build this new program, the Clean Air Program. So I've been on this for the last 8 years, and I spent 44 years on the waterfront. The one truck we have going, Belcon truck, is just about there. The Vision truck is not operational. It can't pull that 40-foot container over that bridge. It's not ready. Hopefully it will be ready. So I'm just saying we are moving closer and closer, and when we sign this agreement and when it's passed and we put 20 or 30 trucks on the road for a year or two, then we're going to know whether we're there or not. And on that day, the 2 commissions will be able to tell BNSF, you're running zero-emission trucks. And for the first time in history, we'll have 1,000 trucks running to and from rail with zero emissions. It will be a historical day in L.A. and for the world. And that's reality, and that's where the Port of L.A. is at. And nobody's recognizing that. Nobody's recognizing that. It's only about a tax. It's not about commending you for what you've done. And that's the problem I got with some of the environmentalists that are speaking today. The first thing you do is recognize the advancements, and then you criticize, because they got some legitimate criticisms. That's not what's happening here today.
Okay, Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So question for the port. If we approve this project as is, can the port require cleaner locomotives, Tier 4, to serve SCIG in the future, and what do we do if a company like BNSF disagrees?
Well, again, I'm just going to answer that part because I think when Mr. Wallerstein spoke, he read a condition that said we can reopen and require technological improvements if mutually agreed, but he also read the next line, which mutual agreement cannot be unreasonably withheld. So if we have technology, we have our technology committee which says it's there, we say it's financially feasible, and we're mutually deciding, and BNSF says we don't agree, our language says they cannot withhold their agreement if they're being unreasonable. So, and again, to be fair, I don't see this as future confrontation. I think we've heard from BNSF and from other testimony that BNSF has been a leader as a rail company in this country to meet standards sooner, to test it. They've already indicated they're looking at what's out there on Tier 4, when it will be available. They bought the Tier 3 when they didn't even work. So we're not dealing with a recalcitrant person who I think that that we're going to have to be fighting with. Will there be some fighting and bickering in terms of time? Maybe. But I think ultimately we want to get them. And the more important, and I think you mentioned it earlier, Councilmember, there is another railroad that exists right next to this one that is a dirty railroad. It's got a lease for 23 years. It's not under the Port of Los Angeles jurisdiction alone. It's a joint power authority with the Port of Long Beach. And as soon as we get these conditions in place, I want to challenge our JPA and the Port of Long Beach to say, let's find with our attorneys and their attorneys how we can move, what kind of openers we can create on that lease that we don't singularly control, but with Long Beach, with AQMD, with everybody, to say put the standards that are new and different and the top of the line from this railroad on that one.
The other point I'd like to make is that, and I just want to put this on the record, the project would take trucks off the 710 and send them to Skig instead. Now, AQMD has stated that the on-site NOx emissions close to West Long Beach are higher, with Skig than without. And if that's the case, then how are the NOx impacts near Skig lower with the project than without the project?
Well,
just speak it.
Is it? Oh, there we go. We respectfully disagree with their analysis. It is our judgment that the project would reduce NOx emissions, and in fact, we believe that it's very likely that the project would never exceed ambient air quality standards through its lifetime.
Can you speak specifically to the issue of West Long Beach and why they would make that assertion and where you differentiate on that particular issue?
The analysis does do an evaluation at receptors in the West Long Beach area. And those receptors show, based on our analysis, first of all, we have a worst case analysis that has been evaluated, and it shows a reduction based on the project. We assume maximum likely scenarios for no project and for the project, and it is in our judgment, based on these maximum scenarios, that we barely exceed the standard for the project. And in fact, the reality is, with actual evaluations over the years, we don't think they'll ever exceed the project, the ambient air quality standards for the project in those locations. So while we appreciate AQMD's comments, we respectfully disagree. We think our analysis shows a worst case of barely exceeding the standard for the project and an actual reality of not doing it over the time.
So, Mr. President, I'm going to just close with this. I've actually introduced two motions, 10C and 10F, and my concern is about the transition from Tier 3 to Tier 4 and whether or not that is effective enough to satisfy the concerns of the stakeholders who are represented here today around the table, and that would include AQMD. 10C is my motion to send it back for 1 month to see if we can achieve a better understanding, perhaps some reopener language that would satisfy the stakeholders. And in the event, if I don't know whether that will pass today or not, then I put in 10F with language from the South Coast Air Quality Management District to include in the 50-year lease agreement, and I put that forward for the consideration by this body.
Thank you. Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this room is filled to the rafters, and we're having this robust debate because this issue brings together two immutable truths. One is that the port is one of the major drivers of the economy of the city and of Southern California, and we are in fierce, cutthroat competition right now with ports throughout North America and with the Panama Canal. The other immutable truth that brings people into this room is that for decades, for generations, the port area has been the recipient of the pollution that is caused by this country's insatiable desire for cheap goods from China. And that when we are importing things that people are buying from Walmart in Kansas, the people in Wilmington and Long Beach and San Pedro are suffering the environmental impacts from that. And we know both of those things to be true. So how do we deal with those two truths? I think as we look at this project, I look at this and I think, how do we analyze the impacts of this project versus no project at all? And as I'm looking at this diagram and I see where this facility is proposed to go in, and the 710 is right next to it. The 710 runs next to the same daycare center. It runs next to the high school fields. It runs next to the community gardens and the schools and so on. And if those trucks are not going into this BNSF facility, they are going to be on that 710, or they are going to be going to that dirtier yard that Commissioner Miskowski just described, which is immediately adjacent to the proposed project site. One or the other. They're going to be going to those areas. So this project is not going to increase truck trips. It's going to take truck trips that would otherwise be going to those same areas across those same sensitive uses and putting them in this facility where we can deal with it in a cleaner way. Can we make this better? Maybe we can, and that goes to this issue of the 5-year reopeners on technology. I'd like to see us expediting the use of Tier 3 locomotives and Tier 4 locomotives. I'd like to see us expediting the use of zero-emission trucks, and I think we should work towards that goal. But as Commissioner Miskowski, and I'm sorry, you responded to most of my questions already, but I have submitted a motion to ask that we expedite, that we report back, that the Harbor report back to this Council on how we can expedite those two things. And I think it works in tandem with Mr. Weezar's motion 10D, which asks for annual reporting on those issues as well. So if we have annual reporting, and if we have a report back on how we can expedite that, combined with the language that that Dr. Wallerstein and Commissioner Miskowski both read about approval not being able to be reasonably denied, I think that gives me the satisfaction that I need, that we will work with all deliberative speed to do this. As the technologies become available, we can impose them on top of this project. So I think that in terms of making it better, we can, we must, and we will through this process that's been put before us. Finally, there was a lot of talk in the public comment about protecting the little guy, and I think I agree with Councilmember Svornic that is one of the main functions that we're elected to serve here, is protecting the little guy against powerful interests when those little guys don't have the ability to do that on their own. As far as I'm concerned, there's nobody in this chamber who stands up more vigilantly and with greater strength on behalf of the little guy in a more heartfelt way than Councilmember Joe Buscaino. And I know that he has worked and fought every single day for his constituents since he's been elected, for the small businesses in his district, for the people who live in his neighborhoods, and I know that he's going to continue to do so, that he has done so in this project and will continue to do so. So for all those reasons, I plan to support this project and submit for your consideration my motion 10E, and also I want to speak in favor of Mr. Weezar's motion 10D as well.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Buscaino to close.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues, and thank you to all parties involved today for letting us hear your concerns again and making this project a better project than that it's going to be. Mr. Krikorian and Mr. Alarcon, and thank you for your words. You guys are both absolutely right. I am so concerned about the environment in the Port of Los Angeles. Born, raised, and live in the Port of Los Angeles and San Pedro area. My wife and I are raising our 10-year-old son and 6-year-old daughter. My cousin Joey has asthma. We've had a number of family members who've died of cancer. Just last night, we heard a family friend of ours, Elaine Hernandez, died of cancer just last night. This is an important issue before us. My brother-in-law, Donnie, has worked the docks for over 10 years, where he continues to share with us. 10 years ago, he come home after a shift down at the docks with soot on him. Today, he's cleaner than ever. Are we there yet? No. We're getting better, absolutely. What we've heard today, the testimony of all sides, and what your takeaways should be, colleagues, is that this is a good and sound environmental project. We'll remove 1.5 million trucks off the road. Jobs. Jobs are more important than ever today. We're looking at creating actual green jobs. This project is responsible for 22,000 jobs crucial to keeping our port competitive, especially with the Panama Canal. And let me be clear, the small guys, these small businesses are important to me. In fact, they hire 1,000 local residents. And we're not giving up on the agreements that they're making with BNSF. In fact, I've instructed the port, the BNSF, to work with each of the displaced tenants to ensure that their operations continue to move the project forward. BNSF has proposed a 1-year vacation notice, relocation assistance, which includes the services of a broker and moving costs, 3-year rent subsidy to assist the tenants in their transition from their current property to their new owner, to their new property rather. And if a site is not found and not agreed upon, BNSF will pay monetary values to the businesses. This proposal addresses my concerns and gives these small businesses the opportunity to continue their operations. And if an agreement's not made, I'm not going anywhere for a long time. I will ensure that BNSF and these small businesses come to an agreement. Our neighbors, the City of Long Beach, despite what you heard, will benefit from this project since it will serve both ports. In fact, the Port of Long Beach will be sending 60% of their containers to this rail facility. More than ever, more than, of course, coming from the Port of Long Beach into this project. Tom LaBonge, Councilmember LaBonge, as chair of TCT, you did your part. You went to the site. You went to the City of Long Beach, to Cabrillo High School, and saw the kids playing there on the passing league. You know the importance of this project. I ask that we move forward on this, and the time is now, and in the words of the Los Angeles Times, let's make this happen. I respectfully ask for an aye vote. Specifically on the amendments to 10C and 10F, I respectfully ask for a no vote, colleagues. We cannot delay. We cannot have anything before us to kill this project. With that, Mr. President, I call to the question.
Okay. Mr. LaBonge.
Let's go. Mr. Clerk, on item 9 has already been moved and seconded, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just for the members there, as the chairman, I accept as friendly 10B, 10D, and 10E as recommended, and all as friendly amendments to that. But as we do vote, I would proceed to vote and vote no on C and F. Thank you. Joe?
Okay, what do we, yes, Mr.
On
Buscaino.
10B, I'll also ask in my comments about working with the existing tenants, propose a friendly amendment on 10B, Mr. President, asking BNSF to make best efforts with the tenant relocations. And I just would add that to item 10B, please.
That's accepted.
Okay, we're going to do this first, Mr. LaBonge. We're going to vote on item 9 now. So, Madam Clerk, on item 9.
And Mr. President, that would be the LaBonge-Englander recommendation, recommendation to support the port's recommendation to certify the EIR and to deny the appeals.
Okay, I'm assuming there's been an error here. Mr. Buscaino? Mr. Koretz? No, that's from before. Okay, let's prepare to vote on 9. Let's open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, Mr. City Attorney or Mr. City Clerk, what is before us right now as we wrap up item 10?
Mr. President, I believe we have a recommendation to approve the port's recommendations for item 10 as amended by item 10A and to accept as friendly motions 10B, 10D, and 10E.
Okay, so that's what the vote is right now.
Clarification.
In doing that, we should first vote on items 10F and 10C.
I wanted to get there, but before we do that, Mr. Huizar?
And for the record, I think on advice of counsel and Mr. Gregorian's point, which is these are requests They're not amendments to the lease, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
10A was contemplated in the transmittal, and the 10B, 10D, and 10E are requests for reports back of the harbor.
Okay, now Ms. Perry is asking for an aye vote on C and F, and Mr. Buscaino is asking for a no vote.
And so am I, too.
Excuse me, what now?
No vote on C.
Wait. We take them separately. Okay, so now we're going to take up item 10F.
10F.
Again, Ms. Perry asking for a yes.
Nope.
Mr. Buscaino asking for a no. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
3 ayes, 10 noes.
Okay, now we vote on C, 10C. Yes, Mr. Koretz?
I think I missed the opportunity to vote no, but I would also like to be reflected as a no vote.
Well, we can change that without... Mr. Clerk, we can change that without a revote. It doesn't affect the outcome of the vote. Okay, so now we're voting on C, 10C. Ms. Perry is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Buscaino is asking for a no vote. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
2 ayes, 11 noes.
Okay. Now, come on, hold it down. Hold it down. Now we're going to vote on 10A, B, D, and E.
Yes, sir. That's item 10 as amended by A and accepted as friendly, B, D, and E.
Okay, let's open the roll. I didn't hear what you said.
To vote no on 10A, but I
We'll
would be
do it
voting...
individually.
Thank you.
Okay? Okay, so this vote is on 10A. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay. The next vote is on item 10B. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
The next vote is on 10D. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
The next vote is on 10E. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right. One more? What did I miss?
Mr. President, we have the actual recommendation from the Board of Harbor Commissioners, as amended.
Okay, so let's prepare to vote on that. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, Mr. Labange. Okay, forthwith, but I need you to come forthwith to the President's desk. Anyway, good work, everyone.
Mr. President, did you also wish to send item 9 forthwith as well?
Absolutely.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, everybody, on this item here. That now we'll continue with general public comment. Is Arnold Sachs still here? Arnold Sachs, please come forward. John Walsh, Henry Marin, Wayne Pender, Ismael Maldonado. Sergeants, will you tell everybody thank you and Is Arnold Sachs here? No, Mr. Sachs? Hold on, Mr. Walsh. We'll get you in a minute. Let me have Sergeant see if you clear the aisles. Hold on a second, Mr. Walsh.
So much.
Sergeant, Mr. Brennan, you come up and sit down. That'd be good. Just a second, Mr. Walsh. We're clearing the... Thank you.
I appreciate from you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Wayne, get your foot down off the furniture there. Sit down and relax there if you want to speak, please. Mr. Walsh, let's have attention for Mr. Walsh. He's got a makeover. You're not the way, John. Here we go. Mr. Walsh, start the clock.
It's still too noisy. Would you like me to raise my voice?
I've always asked you to talk a little louder because you sometimes don't, and then you would. So continue, Mr. Walsh.
You're wasting my time. HollywoodHighlands.org. Go there. We blog every day. I hope you understand our feeling on SCIG. Now, the most important thing is donde es el jefe Garcetti? Garcetti wants to be the mayor of this city, and he doesn't even show up on an important issue. I'm sorry, whether you were in favor of SCIG or whether you were against SCIG, this was an important issue to you, and Garcetti didn't give a damn. He's meeting right now and looking for money. Now, the people behind Garcetti, and that doesn't include Rosendahl, he's in favor of Gruel, they are the biggest collection of phony liberals and racist right-wingers. As you know, Kevin James, total racist, is in bed with Garcetti. And what we're asking for now, you must vote. This election will not be taken over by the right wing. You have your ballot. If you have it, vote now. 2/3 of the people who sent ballots in the last election didn't vote. Vote now for Gruel. Vote now for her. Vote now for the New World. Do not demonize the DWP. They are not Satan, as the right wing and Garcetti wants you to believe. And Ms. Perry yesterday was with Kevin James when she should have been here on the air, earning money on KABC. And I just want you to know, after they were on the air, they went to bed together at a motel.
Oh, hey, Mr. Walsh, I'm going to stop you right there, Mr. Walsh. Go back on the streetcar. Wayne, yeah, Miss Perry. He never go in bed with Mr. All right, Miss Perry, we need to stop it right. Wayne Spindler, come up here. Thank you very much.
We have a very important election coming up. We have a chance to make a big difference in the controller. Support Mr. Galperin. Zine, 12 years, 2 city salaries, one from the pension of the LAPD and the other one from the council. When he was first elected, he was going to serve 2 terms. He got a 3rd term. 12 years of 2 salaries, that's enough. Let's get some new guys in there. Now we get to the puppy kicker, Wendy Cruella-Gorella, that ran for controller for one reason, to run for mayor. Why reward this? Why do we need her for mayor? $3 million of DWP campaign funds. Who the hell gives $3 million of DWP money to a candidate? What does that tell you? Higher rates. Now, Mr. Garcetti should have been here for this vote today, but he didn't want to be here for this vote today because if he votes yes or no, it could hurt his chances for mayor. So he skedaddled, and whether he was here or not, it would have passed. And then finally, we've got the situation where Ms. Perry was on the radio, asked by her best friend, Kevin James. Jan Perry's best friend is Kevin James, a conservative Republican. Are you going to support Carmen Trutanich for a second term? And she says she hasn't made her mind up yet. Well, if you've been on the council for, a decade, and you don't already know if you're going to support the city attorney's reelection, that's a total bunch of crap. So if Jan Perry is a conservative, then she needs to support Carmen Trutanich for a second term for city attorney. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Ismael Maldonado, Arnold Sachs, Henry Marine to close.
Yeah, we're still dealing with those black and white issues in MOUs, whereby the union, people at the at the Building Trades Council said paragraph 8 shows that the city council and the housing authority was supposed to notify them when anybody was eligible for a permanent position, which is any position over 999 hours. But as our past and present chairman of the Budget Committee says, we don't live in a perfect world. And under the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act, anybody who agrees to make workers kick back money will be fined. Today we learned how one contractor working for UCLA and Saddleback had to pay $1.8 million for violating prevailing wage laws. So you think it took you a long time just to get $1.5 million for the firemen and extend you out one more month. Now you've been doing fines knowingly since October 26, 2010. You chose to ignore the city attorney in regard to prevailing wage laws, taking money in the first state, messing with benefits, which you don't put on a government paycheck, got to be carried for a benefit. Checks and balance system in one nation under God, and we prove there's God because we still got in God we trust dollars. So we got 7 lame ducks and 7 sitting ducks, and so IRS can come after you.
Okay, that completes public comment. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, what's before us?
Mr. President, Council has motions for posting and referral.
So ordered.
The desk is clear.
The desk is clear. Sergeant, I do not have any more cards. Are we clear? Sergeant Morris, are we clear? Hold on a second, please. I don't have your card, Mr. Griffin, but in the interest of time, I'm going to call you right now. Thank you, sir. Public comment.
My name is Charles Griffin. I'm a native son of Los Angeles, born at the corner of 3rd and Grand in St. Vincent's Hospital, a product of the Los Angeles City Schools and University of California at Los Angeles. I've been an engineer at Douglas Aircraft in Santa Monica, developing electrical power systems for the DC-6, DC-7 in Long Beach, the DC-8, DC-9, DC-10, MD-80, and the C-17, which carried Osama bin Laden's body to its grave from Afghanistan. I'm proposing today that you need to study the fusion of hydrogen and boron as a source of electrical power. Boron can be split into 3 helium ions, similar to what happens every day in our thunderstorms. 3 companies are developing this. One is Bill Allen, Tri-Alpha Energy, who's building a hydrogen boron fusion reactor as we speak and over the last 5 years with the University of California at Irvine in Lake Forest. The other is the U.S. Navy developing a hydrogen boron fusion reactor to replace the reactors in our submarines. These reactors can also be put in trucks and run on hydrogen boron. Boron is a salt that is plentiful, produced by volcanoes and the compression of our continental plates forming boron. The other company that is also developing it is the Lawrenceville Plasma Physics in New Jersey. Go to focusfusion.org. Focusfusion.org is this company in New Jersey building these reactors that are the size of a bathroom, producing clean hydrogen, clean electrical power. Thank you.
Mr. Morris, thank you. That completes public comment at this time. And I would like to ask, are there any announcements, members? No announcements. Any adjourning motions? All rise for adjourning motions in the John Farrell chambers of the City Council of Los Angeles on this date. Ms. Perry.
I would like to adjourn in memory of Dennis Francis Cremens. Dennis grew up in Eagle Rock and attended St. Francis High School in La Cañada, where he was an all-league quarterback. He went on to earn his degree from UCLA and was an active Bruin alum. At the time of his death, Dennis had served for many years with distinction as a journeyman union plumber. He is survived by his wife, Mary, and daughter, Bridget, and he will be sincerely missed.
I'd like to second that. Mr. Parks?
I'm going to share this with Ms. Perry because of her close relationship with Ms. Murray. I would like to request that we, as a council, adjourn in memory of Lois Bernadine Cousin, who was born on April 1930 and passed away in April 2013. She was the daughter of Reverend Sylvester A. and Marlena Cousin. Learning was a passion of Bernadine's even in her formative years in Xenia and Yellow Springs, Ohio. Her father's ministerial assignments caused Bernadine to change schools several times, but she was always a good student. She attended the school in Wilkes-Barre, Ohio, and in 1940 because of her father's illness, the family moved to a warmer climate in Florida. Their first Florida ministry was in Daytona Beach, and when Bernadine was in the 10th grade, the family was transferred to West Palm Beach, Florida. This would prove to be an enchanting place for Bernadine because she met the one that would change her name and change her life. That one was Cecil Murray, who began calling her Dino. Dino assessment about the extraordinary young man added up to being the guy of her dreams. He was a Christian young man. That was the first requirement. He was a hard worker. That was the second requirement. He was intelligent. That was the third requirement. And he was fearless, not afraid of her brothers, but according with the times, definitely was afraid of her father. She was enchanted by his charm, wit, but she was a girl who had priorities straight, so off to college she went. The year was 1947. Jackie Robinson courageously writes baseball history, become the first African American to play Major League Baseball. It was the kind of spirit that fueled Dino's college career as she entered Central State College in Xenia, Ohio. She was also focused and purposeful, much like Jackie Robinson, and she became one of the few young African American women in her birth town to go to college. In 1951, she graduated from college with a double degree in sociology and education. Dino had a passion for learning and a generous heart for teaching. She returned to West Palm Beach and taught at Palm View Elementary School for a period of 7 years, training and empowering young minds with the skills that would enrich their lives. She gave children an education and tools to have fulfilling lives. Cecil admired this woman from her startling outer beauty, but more for her profound inner beauty and spirituality. In June 1958, he asked for her hand in marriage, and they wed in Miami, Florida. Ms. Perry's going to finish that.
Okay, thank you very much. The honeymoon was a cross-country drive to Oxnard, California, where her new husband, Chip, She changed his name too. Was in his 7th year in flying service with the United States Air Force, and together they were to spend 3 more years of active duty, moving to 3 different bases. And in June of 1961, both committed to separating from the Air Force and to captainship, attending seminary at the School of Theology in Claremont, California. There, Dino worked in the president's office while Chip finished his doctoral training in theology and, with the aid of the GI Bill of Rights, on a separate job. Their formal ministry began together in Pomona, California, with 7 members at Prim AME Church. 3 years later, having grown to 150 members and their family having added a son, Drew Murray, Chip was reassigned to Kansas City, Kansas. After 5 years there, they moved on to First AME Church in Seattle, Washington. While Chip developed as a pastor, Dino developed a missionary. She was an excellent leader, developing Head Start programs for youth, feeding and clothing, housing, providing housing services for people who were impoverished. She was the wind beneath her husband's wings as they flew higher and higher in community outreach and service. And in 1977, Chip Murray, Dino, and son Drew came to Los Angeles, and they were assigned to the leadership of First AME Church here in Los Angeles, California. This was the beginning of a legendary 27-year relationship that Chip, Dino, and Drew would cherish as their life's calling. Dino took as her ministry the mission of the Missionary Society. Her years as teacher, counselor, and advocate for children inspired her to start mentoring programs for young people, tutoring programs, and scholarship programs. Dino's dedication inspired her to develop an AIDS ministry, providing HIV/AIDS victims with meals, toiletries, visits, and prayers. She embraced people when society deemed them untouchable. Dino's missionary unit went to Skid Row to serve meals. She collected and distributed school supplies and toys for underserved children and sponsored fundraisers to send glasses, socks, clothing, books, and medicines to Africa. Her missionary unit served outreach community programs that provided food, clothing, and support for 2,000 tenants in the 13 housing developments built by First AME Church. Her leadership garnered the love of the AME missionaries, who named the newest missionary unit after her and started a school in Africa bearing her name. She is survived by her husband, Reverend Cecil L. Chip Murray, son Drew Murray, and a host of family and friends.
I'll second that. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Sean McDougall passed away April 26. Born and raised in Southern California, attended Taft High School. Upon graduation, enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. After serving his country, served with the Los Angeles Police Department, motor officer for 22.5 years in the West Traffic Division. Sean's brother, Michael McDougall, also served with the Los Angeles Police Department, also a motor officer, was tragically killed in the line of duty January 19, 1975. Sean retired in 1990 and moved to Nevada to raise his family on a ranch, just how he was raised. He and his wife, Linda, who he was married to for 29 years, raised 3 boys, Kyle, Justin, Raylan. In 2009, Sean was diagnosed with multiple myeloma, an incurable bone cancer to which he succumbed just 3 months short of his 30th wedding anniversary. Had a passion for the Word of God, studied and lived his life according to his strong faith. He was a loving husband and father, loyal friend, dedicated servant to the public. May he rest in peace, survived by his wife Linda, his 3 sons, and his stepsister Diane. I had the honor and privilege to work with both McDougalls, Sean and Michael, and they were wonderful members of the Los Angeles Police Department, dedicated many years to public service, and tragically, the sadness that he departed affects a lot of folks that remember him, and both brothers that were members of the LAPD. May he rest in peace, Sean McDougall.
Thank you. There'll be all members on all those. Members, that completes today's council. Let's go forward and serve the city of Los Angeles well. This meeting's adjourned.